Jesus Christ.
Weird. So weird. Wow.
Oh my God.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Impossible Coin.
Yeah, hey, what up? Jesus. I just got gaslit by Tegan for about 4 minutes, but I'm okay now.
Great.
I'm fine. It's okay. This is not gonna lead to any lasting damage.
We're good.
Okay. Listen up is going down! That's not how she sounds. It's okay.
Hope that's how she sounds.
Yeah.
That was so much energy. Oh my god.
Oh, man. Jesus Christ, Teagues. I gotta yell about One Piece in the future because they're popping off.
Oh, tomorrow. Tomorrow you get to yell about One Piece.
Oh, fuck, really? Okay,
Of course, remember?
wait.
Forgot?
Yeah, it's before the actual recording. Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, that complicates my afternoon. I'm gonna figure out some things. So I wanted to finish Taxi before, like, the next anime episode. I put that on myself. And I also want to stream for 12 hours today, so we'll get there. We'll figure that out.
Oh, I don't know if I can stream for 12 hours today,
No, you don't have to. What I was gonna do Splatoon Saturday, standard 4 hours. And then, like, the other 8 hours was just gonna be Chained Echoes.
Oh, fair. Valid. Good.
Yeah.
I'm doing the smart thing
Mhm.
right now
Okay.
as we are live, and I am purchasing the expansion pass
Ah.
with money.
Oh, that reminds me. Apparently someone has fraudulated my credit card, so I need to. Yeah, nah, it's okay. They just tried to buy Telegram Premium for some reason. I had to look up what Telegram was, but apparently someone with my credit card was trying to buy Telegram Premium. So like my bank emailed me this morning and texted me, and they're just like, "Hey, dude, did you buy this?" And I'm like, "What? No." And like, "All right, cool. We're gonna cancel your card, send you a new one." I'm like, "Oh, all right." And so that's where I'm at now.
Cool. Love that.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, right.
I filed my taxes last night.
Oh, word. Is business good,
Hopefully.
Teeks?
I mean, business was fine. I just hope that I don't have to file any amended returns.
Oh, fuck.
I'm gonna be real pissed if I have to. I shouldn't, but I'm gonna be pissed if I had to. The only time I had to potentially do an amendment was in 2021 when I was filing my 2020 taxes because I have stock. I'm so fancy. I'm not that fancy. My great grandma gave it to me when she fucking died. And
Fair
I've
enough.
done nothing with it.
Sure.
I don't know anything about the stock market.
Okay.
But she the stock misreported for some reason. They sent out like the wrong info.
Yeah, the wrong
So
prospectus.
they were
Yeah.
like, so they were like, you gotta refile your numbers.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, good for me. I haven't filed my numbers yet. So.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
That's the only time I've had to do anything as far as that goes. But my dad has had to file an amended return once, and he was pissed about it. So.
I remember when I became of age to like file taxes, which is like, when I was in college, which was nice because like what's it called? I always got a return back. That was always cool. My mom usually files really late in the year. And so, like, there were a couple of years back then where it was just like, "Hey, Mom, I filed my taxes. I did in February." And my mom's like, "Oh, I was going to claim you still. And I don't file till, like, June." And it was, like, it was a thing. But, like, outside of that, like, I've just basically just show up to TurboTax every year. And then I'm like, what? Hold on. TurboTax is finally, or lobbying against us? That's bullshit. So, like, this is the year... I'm gonna like actually sit down and do my taxes like as a grown adult, like someone who like pays for insurance and everything. But
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Ah, jeez. But I don't know. I'm okay with like taxes and like balance sheets. But that was my like teenage experience. I spent a lot of time around like balance sheets and like crunching numbers, which is also why I don't really. Well, part of why I don't have an aversion to math.
I like math. I don't like taxes. Taxes are annoying.
I mean, taxes are kind of annoying, sure, but like, I don't know. I feel like the things that I like about taxes are the things that I like about calculus. Where like, if you like starting from like raw or whatever, like, you have a phenomena and then you try to apply it to calculus, that takes forever because it's a lot of guesswork or whatever.
Right.
But I like taxes because I know I have like a convoluted start state. and I should have a relatively clean end state, like pretty much every time. And so like,
yeah, okay, that makes sense to me.
And so like,
I don't like taxes because they can just send us a bill.
Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, no, for sure.
They know how much we owe, and I have to do the math to figure out the right answer. And if I figure out the wrong answer, it's jail for Tegan.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
900 years.
I don't know if it's that long, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, but like, what's it called? I like the idea that this is a puzzle with a guaranteed solution. Like there is a solution, you just got to get to it. And so like,
what the solution is, so I can check my math at least.
Right. No. Yeah, that's not fun. But like, I like when you take it, like when you sit down and you sit with the numbers and like you like unravel it. It usually just like, okay, it's this, and this, and that's like that for the most part. And I'm good at like figuring out like those patterns and like sticking to them. So like, and even no matter like how convoluted it actually looks, like it always has a relatively like simple solution. But like they're, at least because I don't have assets that aren't like super wacky with like the tax code or whatever, you know?
Yeah, I don't have any assets yet.
And
the worst thing about not having any assets yet is knowing that one day I will have assets. I hate that. I hate that so much.
Jeez. Yeah.
I don't want to have assets, but I'm going to because my father has assets. So one day I will have assets.
Yeah, that's fair. What if you get a cool pirate ship though?
I got roller bombed.
Aw.
What if I get a cool pirate ship?
Oh yeah. We get like a Delphinus or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Report that on your taxes though. Fishing boat proceeds. Wait, there's a whole category for that.
Yes, there is.
I already know.
Good shit, Teagues.
I don't want a boat.
But what if it comes with a moonstone cannon?
But I'll end up drowning. Oh wait, you can't drown in here.
No, you can't.
Oh, we might be able to. We're in Ohio now.
Oh my god. Woo! Got that sniper. They were looking the wrong way.
Get fucked. I am in the middle. It is mine now.
Got Coco. Ah, fuck. Fucking sniper found me.
Yeah.
Right as I zipped too. That's kind of annoying.
It's very annoying.
It's okay. We're on their side of the map though, for the most part.
That's me. I'm over here.
Look it up, Teagues.
Don't jump for me though.
I'm not gonna do that. I don't like jumping too much in this, unless it's like ranked or we have like a huge lead.
Oh, did you see the new? Oh, hello. Hi. Hey. Oh, fuck. Did you see the new ult?
The one that you sent me?
Yeah, you're gonna be able to jump anywhere when I have that.
Oh Jesus. Yeah, that's true.
It's just gonna be like jumping. Yes. Go for it. They won't be able to tell the difference between a real jump and a fake jump.
Oh fuck.
Because they all look like jumps.
True. Okay, I'm just gonna focus on getting like 50%. That's my goal here.
I'm gonna turn on my stream thing so that I can hear the music. So I can't hear the music right now. Haha.
Oh.
Oh, I don't think you have music actually.
Oh, do I really not? Like, I don't have game audio?
Hang on, let me check. Give me a second. I gotta die or something. Oh, I gotta scare their sniper.
Oh, hell yeah.
I died, it's perfect.
It's okay. We have more than half. Unless...
You do have game audio, it's just very low.
Oh.
That's all.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I know I did that with, Skies or something?
Yeah.
How's that sound? Oh, that's a little loud.
Better. Yeah, a little loud, but it's okay.
I'm gonna put you at 35. Your computer audio was at 4. God damn it, Teagues.
4. It was at 4. I'm so dumb.
We take those. Thank you.
Also, I had desktop audio and game audio on last stream, and no one told me, and that's just because Nier Automata music sounds like that.
Wait, you mean like on Tuesday?
Yeah, on Tuesday.
No, your audio was
Both
fine.
audios on. I had both audios on though.
I was no, I actually did like a watch back of it. Well, I actually still have like another hour to go, I think. But
No, that's okay.
But yeah, you said it fine. It didn't sound weird at all.
Neato. Alright, let's see. Now I can hear the game music because I opened up my Dream Labs.
Word.
Which is dumb.
Ah, fuck!
You do not have up there. I thought you had up there.
I lost to another sword. Like, I wasted ink in the wrong spot.
Oh, God! He is just lurking right there on that corner.
Yep. This is really good. I like this pattern that they're taking.
Yeah, that's neat. Learn that. Do that.
Okay. Oh, I didn't get that hammer.
You did not get the hammer.
I should have just calmed down and took the slash. I could have killed it with a close range slash. God damn it.
Oh. Had your feet. They're just here now.
Yep.
They all are just here.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They did not ink anything on their side.
Yeah, they didn't have to.
Nothing is inked. They're just like, we're here now. I got somebody.
Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah, that Stamper, their title's the final boss, and I feel it.
Yeah, they have the whole map, literally. They just have the whole map. We are not, it's not nothing. We got shit.
They can't stay up close forever. Like, we just gotta angle around them a bit. Got one.
Oh! I got him. I got the fire. I got Fighting Agent 3, which is the other wiper.
Oh, he connected with a sword.
If we can get like a third of the map back, I'll be pleased as punch.
Okay.
Oh my god.
On your right, Teeks. Behind us. Actually, someone got behind us.
I got one though.
We did get one.
This is painful. We can do something.
27? Alright.
We can get a little out of base, maybe.
Yeah, we can.
Oh my god, maybe. Nope. Oh my god. Ah, I see you. I see you. Keep going. Just go.
Good slash. Shit.
Oh, you did great though. Just this little stripe of orange. Oh my god, that was a nightmare. You gotta save that replay. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'll save that.
That one was ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you see? So I bought a Nintendo eShop card so that I could buy the DLC.
Okay.
Did you see on the back of them now, instead of doing, they still have the silver thing, but instead of it being a scratch off, it's peel off.
Interesting.
It's very fun.
Oh, why am I wearing these shoes? What the fuck are these?
Shoes?
No, these shoes are fucking wrong. Oh my god. How long have I been wearing these?
I'm just building out new stuff right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not like pressed about it. I gotta fill out some of my stuff before the new catalog drops.
Mm-hmm. Also, we had a DC.
Oh, we did?
Mm-hmm. I think someone quit like in the middle, but like still.
Yeah, because we kept getting fucked.
Yeah, I guess.
Don't give up. We could have turned it around.
We could have turned it around.
You gotta stick it out. Let's see. I'm gonna get the new end zap.
Okay.
I'm so ready for the new NZAP.
Let's go, Tease.
It's gonna have the balloons, the chupa chupa balloons. God, I can't wait. It's gonna be so good.
Hey, yo. I'm in danger. Oh my god. Good stuff, Teeks. Thank you.
Avenged. My base now.
Got him.
No longer my base, but that's okay. Ah, but he's over here. What the hell? Hey. Hey.
My base.
Who let the other through? What the heck?
Woo! Traded with him. Oh god, that's so ugly. But at least he's dead. I don't know who let them through, but no one was defending like mid. Our team is just kind of screwing around our side for some reason.
Oh, because there was a guy over here.
Damn it.
There is a guy over here.
Yeah,
Hello?
it's
Where
Urzo.
are
It's the
you?
final boss. He's back.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there he is. I got him.
Hell yeah.
Get fucked, my guy. We're gonna learn so much from this dude. I can't wait. You're gonna get squished.
No, I'm not.
Oh, good job. I thought for sure you were gonna get squished.
The hammer guy is not as good as Urzo. Like, they're alright. They have good instincts, but, like, they don't have the mechanics.
They're learning.
Urzo's a monster, but, you know, the other guy...
Urzo's a monster, but in a good way.
Oh, yeah.
We're learning so much.
Ah, fuck. Hi. Jesus. Hey, Urzo. How you doing?
Is he back?
Oh, yeah. I think the two swords are duo also, which is another thing. Ugh.
Okay, well, this is my base, apparently.
Fuck it up. I'm gonna try to get these two out of ours.
Sounds good. Okay, I got. I did pretty good, but they've all already recovered everything. They win.
Yeah. Our other duo is not as aggressive or, you know.
They're just not interested for some reason.
Yeah. It's Saturday morning. I get it.
I don't. Get your shit together.
I'm gonna change gear and lab for a bit. I think I'm gonna try sniping for a little while.
Okay. Good luck.
Or, ooh, you know what? Actually, I know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna switch to bow. I think. Let me see.
Yeah, Urzo is just real good.
Yeah, Urzo's a monster. Yeah, I'm gonna try reflex for a while.
Alrighty, I'm just building out stuff right now. So I'm trying to do better on this reef slider. Even though I know it's not gonna matter because I'm about to get a chup chup. Chup chup. I'm so excited for the chup chup. It looks so cute. Are you gonna go for Kraken? You think?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the new gear yet.
Kraken is an ult from Splatoon 1 they're bringing back.
Oh, I don't know. I did see that actually. So this one doesn't have like the stick in the ground spikes at full charge, it looks like.
So
But 180 on full charge is pretty serious. Ayo, head ass.
where are you gonna be hiding out, Rocky?
back left for the most part. Damn.
Rolled over their bow.
Look it up.
Oh god. Their Splatana got me.
Word. Stamper? Yeah, I see him.
Yeah. They only have one Splatana.
Yeah, it's not
They
the
got
duo.
dualies and a bow. And an arrow spray. I will say, I am learning more about like the actual mechanic of Splatoon doing this than I ever learned in Splatoon 1. Splatoon 1, I just learned how to instinct move, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Which has made me a very good anchor, but is not good for other stuff.
Jesus. For stuff. I need to keep the high ground with this, which is weird, because this is kind of a shotgun, but also not.
Got him.
Hell yeah.
They got their bow. They got their thing off, though.
Oh, Stamper. Good shit.
The bow got me.
We
Try
are...
Stinger.
Oh, Tri-Stringer? Yeah.
Yeah. We're doing good, though.
Yeah, we have a lot of control.
Which is good. They don't have a lot of coverage. Surprisingly enough.
Fuck! Yeah, I should push forward. That's annoying. I think I have time for one more missiles.
Dang it. I got. Somebody's on our side.
Ooh, one more missiles. Let's go.
Woo!
Yeah, GG's.
Yeah, okay.
It was close though.
It was close. I was the number one turf anchor.
Yeah, it was number one
Hey.
turn.
Hey, that's my job. No, it's okay.
Yeah, it was close.
Worse than two of the other people on the other team. That's no good. I gotta get better at that.
Wait, no, you weren't. Oh, on the other team.
On the other team, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even look.
I was
at that.
second best on our team, but like third worst overall.
So there's like a.
Yesterday I did have a casual game where I inked 1600 though, so
Word.
could be worse.
Okay. I guess I'm just gonna remake the room. Oh, I have a curling bomb with this? Okay. I think it's really funny that like whenever I like switch weapons, like it takes me like a couple games before I even look at what my sub is. Room's up.
Yep, I'm joining.
Neat.
Thinking about joining. There we go.
Just a mild consideration.
Yeah. Do you like my beret and cool sunglasses? I feel very neat.
Wait, aren't like sunglasses and berets like separate headpieces?
Yeah, this is one headpiece.
Wild.
It's like a fancy beret and sunglasses. You'll see it when I pop out of the ink. Oh, we're gonna be next to each other. Nice. Friends.
Hey, oh, that does look cool. 3 rollers?
It's in my shop today. Oh, we got this.
No.
I should get on the like, what are they? Power wash tech.
Hmm.
They're more powerful and they have a longer range, but they don't ink as well, which is why I don't choose them.
Alright. Fuck. Gotta get this ult. I'm gonna hang on the right side this time, I think.
Alright. I'm gonna hang out in the space, I think.
Hell yeah. Oh, there's a lot of space back here. Let me grab this.
Huh? Sure
Wait, Allison?
wants me, huh? Ah, they got me. Heck! I'm over here trying to be... Oh, Cat Luigi got me, yeah. I'm trying to be cheeky, and they're like, no.
Oh, fuck, hi. Okay, done.
Was that you ouching?
I didn't die, but, like, I was, like...
That was a lot. This gear is ink hungry. I say this gear is not the problem.
Viking Wolf.
Moonlight was on our side using the ink back, trying to avoid death, and failed.
Word. Come here.
I should invest in a roller. They seem like okay.
Rollers are good.
I should invest in that big swig. That one looks fast.
Shit.
Would you just get got by?
Flingza.
Oh! I got by the Flingza also. Darby got me. They're having good center control.
They won't for in a minute. They're gonna run out of space.
Yeah. They're gonna run turf to ink.
Ah, fuck. That was good, actually. At least he died for it. Never mind. We gotta push into their space. I'm following you.
I'm working on it. I did something.
Same.
I don't know if it was helpful.
No, GG's. We got him.
Nice. Dab. So I got to participate in my favorite event this week.
Okay.
February 15th, I went out and I bought a bunch of chocolate.
Oh, hell yeah.
Delicious. It was all 50% off. 10 out of 10. Highly recommend.
There we go. I just got #1 damage taker this time.
Nice.
Which is ironic because I only died twice.
I died more times. I think. Let me see.
No, I think you died the same amount as I did.
I died 2 times, yeah. I got more reach letters off, though.
Because I hung back for the most part.
Moonlight did a lot of splatting. Good job on them.
Okay, this one might be tricky with reflux. Let me see what we did here.
Can't believe Nico isn't on our team. Nico!
Oh, God.
What are you doing over there?
But Move I'm Gay is what we were playing against? Oh, God.
I hope they have all movement speed up. Oh, my God.
That'd be really funny.
They better have all run speed up. I will die.
They're not even a roller. They should be, but, you know.
Are they? What are they? Are they a brush? They could be a brush. Oh, my God. I'm moving. I'm moving. I'm moving.
That's 16 rockets. Let's go. Push up.
I'm going up top. Whoop. Top I am. They got me through the ink wall.
Oh shit.
Nico! Nico!
Yeah, Nico got me too.
This is your mother!
This is your mother!
Stop it right now.
Oh, that's funny.
It's great because he's orange-ish right now too, so like that's my cat. Can't believe he's kicking my ass.
Oh my god. He knows your weaknesses. He knows you can't handle dualies. Oh fuck.
He does. They are just in base, so like I am simply out of base. Good work out, great for me.
Got one. Got two. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on, give me the next ult. I just went to the all 4 up. Come on. There we go. There we go. 16 rockets on the way.
Many appreciations.
I got Nico. But Move on Gay is a Umbrella user.
No! Move on Gay should be a fucking roller.
Yeah, true.
I want it to be the fastest roller in the West, you know?
I hear that.
No turf left uninked.
Yeah, I'm going.
Oh, hey. Move on Gay is up.
Dead, actually. Bye.
Good job.
So is Hammer. God damn it. Get off of me.
No, they know you're a threat.
Whack.
How does it feel to be perceived as a threat?
It's garbage. I hate it. Knock it off.
I love it.
Up.
I love it.
Whoop. I don't want that.
I know.
Got Raccoon, but I died for it.
Me.
We got wiped out. GG's.
Yeah. Hammer got me, and Agent Ice was jumping on me, so it wasn't happening.
Agent Ice, come on. Get it together.
Ah, dang! Nico keeps getting me when I'm trying to ult! Let me get on
Jesus.
the Reef Slider!
That was good stuff. We're good.
Can't believe it. We lost!
You know, sometimes you get speed bagged. It happens.
Speed bagged?
Yeah. You know, like the boxing game. The one like... brrrr.
I see. Alright.
Oh yeah, Nier's out. Confirmed. New Nier episode came out today. Confirmed.
Oh yeah! I saw it on, I saw Yoko Taro tweet about it.
Oh, word.
I'm so excited. We're gonna watch it. It's gonna be good.
True. See, it wasn't me. I was #1 popular target. #1 splatter.
One Turpinker.
That was Knight. Knight went night.
Knight took a nap. That's okay. They're probably tired.
They're probably tired.
When we get real good, I want to change our names to Final Boss, and then I want to change our names to Japanese.
Okay.
It's just really scare people. I think that'd be fun.
I'm down.
You know, I just want to scare people a little bit. But we gotta finish up these catalogs. What level are you at?
50 something?
Oh my god, Rockford. You're never gonna finish.
Yeah, probably not.
No, you're not gonna get the cool jacket.
What? How cool is this jacket?
It's pretty cool.
Okay.
It's like a, let me see. How do I describe this jacket? I'm opening the app so I can see the jacket.
Tiggs, we're in a match.
I know!
It's okay.
I got a little bit. It's like a cool parka, but instead of a furry lining on the back, it's got 3 of the little like hook buttons, and it's ink resist up.
That's pretty cool. Yep. Time to move.
Got him.
Hell yeah. There's a guy behind us?
Not sure how, but okay.
Oh my god, thank you. Whatever. My first ult was like slow. Oh, they DC'd. Okay, cool.
Oh, somebody DC'd.
Bye.
It's Barazushi Puff Duffel is the name of the jacket. But also there's more titles at like level 96. And a sick backpack at level 98. Oh damn. I want the backpack.
Backpack does look good.
I'm only at level 71 though, so.
Wait, Teeks, I have 10 days to do this. This is fine.
Yeah, you only have 10 days to do this.
No, it's fine. If I really need to get, like, to the jacket, I can do that. That's not even hard.
Okay, well, you better do it.
Okay.
I am psyched to talk about Genshin this weekend on the show.
Okay.
It's gonna be great.
Word.
The new, they did the announcement for the next patch.
Mm-hmm.
And I 100% understand why they are rushing to try and get a new VA for Tainari. Look, your twin's here, and he's studying the blade.
Oh my god. I really should advance like I normally do with this. I should actually just like paint around the sides. Fuck. Because I don't get a lot of mileage out of being in the center early.
I try to set you up on the side with like a launch point.
Mm.
This sniper is not very good at aiming.
Someone's pushing on the the right side.
Yeah, they came up underneath.
Oh my god, why did they, man, that was annoying. Someone joked me as a jump spot while I'm like inking against a guy. So now I'm trying to ink the floor under them so like I can't fight them.
I got sloshed.
Damn.
Their sniper's new though, they can't hit me.
Word.
Which is okay, like I almost want, like I was stopped on the glass as a squid and they didn't hit me.
Jeez.
So they are not confident at all, and that's fine. I almost just like wait and be like, it's okay, buddy, you can hit me. You got it. You can do it. I have faith.
Ketchup's set up in the center now. Like he just popped me, or they just popped me.
They won't be up there for long. Don't worry.
Bye.
Got him.
Good shit.
They're no longer in the center. It's my center now.
Advancing. Ult's live. Only one?
I popped the shield under the Booyah Bomb, but I did not get the Booyah Bomb user.
Word. Ah! Sniper just got 2 kills. Jesus Christ.
Oh, why? How? Who'd they get?
They got me and they got someone who was in front of me. I don't know. I think they need a second to like stand in place before they can actually fight. Oh my god, no way that Slosher got me. Wow. Okay.
Slosher got me too.
I can't do it. Okay. Alright, fine.
I think they can tell from our name that we're technically a duo.
Yeah, that's fine.
Even though we're not like playing together, if that makes sense, we're just like on the same team.
Mm-hmm. God damn it.
Heck. We did it.
No. I don't think so either.
We'll both step in. There's so many. I want the Uggs.
Oh, we did it! We won!
Oh, we won?
Point one.
No.
Jesus Christ.
I love my little beatnik sunglasses. They look so goofy. 1433, okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I will accept it, I guess.
I will accept it, I guess, huh? You'll deign to in this one?
Yeah. Ooh, I just got ink recovery up on this.
Oh, hell yeah.
Heck yeah. These sunglasses are now groovy, as they say.
Mm. Huh. Okay. So, like, to get the actual kill shot with this, you need to, like, aim, like, slightly to the right. Because you need 3 or more of the things to hit.
Oh, okay.
Nah, Bricken, we haven't done Salmon Run yet. We usually do it for, like, the last hour.
Yeah, not yet. But soon, hopefully. Did you see the Splatoon DLC announcement, Bricken? Are you excited? I wanna know, because I'm thrilled. Oh, I did it terrible.
They said there's a 100% chance on a Grizzco weapon today.
Ooh! Ooh. That's exciting. Love it when the Grizzco weapons are out and about.
Firing missiles. Got one.
I got 2.
Fuck it up, Teeks. Oh, looks like we lost 2 and it wasn't us.
Nope, sure wasn't. I got somebody as they were jumping in because their slosher couldn't get rid of me.
Oof.
Sucks for them, but I am simply built different.
Let's go. Firing missiles. Fires and missiles!
Take a nap. Their Gatling got me. Ahmed?
Oh, man. Alright, Ahmed. 2 of them are down. It's fine.
No, his name is Ahmed with a question mark.
Oh, no?
Like, he's not sure. Our side looks great.
Thanks, I've been working hard on it.
Good job, good job.
He's right there! I believe we got him. Okay.
Good job. I got him! Oh. Ahmed is coming for me!
Got Ahmed, he's dead.
Great.
He's down, I killed him.
I got by the slosher behind him. Splitzer. Good job, though. Ahmed's good. I feel bad for Ahmed because his team is not super great.
Okay, I haven't figured out close range on this yet, but that's okay. I'm gonna get
there.
Last bit of inking on the side here. Hopefully I get another ult. Let's see. Just try it out. How this only happens once in a blue moon. Bricken really wants us on that that Grizzco weapon.
Which weapon is it? Is it new? I would assume it's new, but all of them? What do you mean all of them? Every single weapon is a Grizzco weapon?
No, oh, I get it. Now I know what he's saying. There's a 100% chance to show up of a Grizzco weapon every time. Like every time you switch weapons or whatever.
Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense, but schedule. Oh no, all 4 are mystery weapons.
Oh fuck. Yeah, okay, let's do it.
Oh shit. Alright.
That was a very clean game for me.
Now or do you want to do that later?
I don't know. What do you think, Teeks?
It's a deal.
Let me finish my food
Catalogs.
first then.
Okay, catalog's gonna go up regardless, so.
Okay, hold on. So, I think what I want is that.
Alright, we'll finish the food and then we'll do it. How many rounds is your food good for?
I got 3 left.
3 left? Okay. 3 rounds and then we'll go to, what's going on with 2-factor authentication? Oh, Twitter is making you pay for Twitter Blue if you want two-factor authentication texts.
Right.
I don't know if that's valid for other methods of two-factor authentication yet, but, yeah. I have to, the thing is, it wants me to re-put in my password if I want to change my two-factor authentication, and it doesn't make, the text no longer an option for me. I can still select it, so... Twitter's really dumb. It's just getting stupid.
Well, it was gonna...
An fanboy.
Oh my god.
It's getting dumb, but, like, it's not funny anymore. It's just sad.
Mm-hmm. Missiles gone. Mm-hmm. It's sad and annoying, true. Ooh, I got rid of Etchy. Let's go.
I got rid of Mushy. Oh, I got got. Oh, wait, they got got. Aha! I know where I gotta go. Oh, good jump, Rocky.
Thank you.
Look at us. Oh,
Oh my god, Mushi, what the fuck?
what did he do?
They were rolling under my shots. It was annoying.
Ouch. Oh, we got wiped out.
It's okay. We'll be right back.
Yeah, but Mushy's being a jump point for his team in the center, so
Oh, okay.
they don't have to swim all the way back. There you go, Rocky.
Hmm?
Made you a path up on the brick.
Thank you.
There's still one in the center. There's two in the center. Be careful.
Ugh, that's so annoying. I gotta do the charge shot for those.
Is it as annoying as Twitter?
It's up there. A fanboy? Okay, yeah, now I see it.
Right, you see it? I used the jump to get over the little reef slider skip, but I got.
Yeah.
I
saw,
like popped too early.
they're coming down the right side, two of them.
Yep. I see him. I'm going up the back. I'm gonna try and cut off their escape route.
Damn it! This roller! I couldn't deal with it. I'm jumping to their side of the base. Fuck it.
Yeah, we're all on their side of base, it looks like.
I couldn't get enough for another ult. Damn!
Ah, heck.
I mean, I think we still win. But, like, you know.
Yeah, nice.
GG's.
Good job, us. Good job, us.
Reflux is, like, really strong, but, like, I feel like it's hard to fight with. Like, it's unwieldy.
Mm-hmm. I getcha.
Also, one thing that I've just noticed that, like, I should have noticed before. Yeah, look at me playing with the bow. I like bows! I had the least inking that time. But, like, there's a thing where, like,
That's okay.
that dualies, they, like, crouch as they shoot.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, like, it's weird to deal with this because, like, the bow's, like, mass shot, like, has, like, a high arc and creates, like, a safe spot under it. Which they're taking advantage of. So I gotta, like, straight up, like,
weird.
aim at the floor or something.
Aim where you should be turfing?
Maybe a little bit. But, like, if I fire, like, normally, like, I get all the ink under it. Oh, Tri-Stringer doesn't do that, Brickin? For real? Hold on. Maybe I'll switch it up. But, like, Tri-Stringer has, like, Killer Whale, I think, right? There's
I
probably...
think so, yeah. And a longer draw time because it's got the 3 missiles that go with it.
Yeah, it's a fair
I
trade.
mistimed that jump. Bad job, me. Alright, I have
Missiles
an
going.
ready.
There's a person on the right.
No, there isn't.
You're right. My bad. Also, what do you think of
know what you're
Kraken?
talking
Teeks wants me to play Kraken. I think it's
I
fine.
can't wait. I'm gonna get the Chup Chups. I can't wait for those. They're gonna be so fun.
Let me see. If I do that... Jump
You
over
got
here.
somebody, so good job. You got Etchy. And Etchy was coming for me. Ooh. Crab! Crab behind me!
That Bell Rush. Wherever that is. Bunch together, you bastards.
Ah. Dang it. The dualies got me. I'm coming to you.
Okay. I'm watching your spot.
Thanks.
There you go.
Many appreciations! Don't. Okay, now you can.
Woo! The bomb bounced off the wall and got him. Oh, crap.
Right. Crab! Oh no! I got by the ninja squid.
Oh, shit.
Carbon roller got me.
That carbon roller's kind of nuts, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm gonna clean up their mess though.
Oh, yeah?
We're over here. Oh god, they're just here, aren't they? Look at them.
Damn it! Fucking carbon roller.
The carbon roller's doing good work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm mad at it.
I'm moving this. I want this ink, I think.
They're just vibing. They're simply making a mess of our base, so.
Our base? Oh, they're like in front of
Yeah.
us. Yeah, okay, I see.
I saw you. You jumped off mid. I am in mid. Mid is mine. Right
Firing
now.
missiles at those two, Care?
Yep.
Two
Got one.
down.
Dang it. Thor walked on the glass to get away from you.
Ah, it's their business.
It was a good move on their part, but like, ugh.
Damn it! Oh, Chump is considered bullying. Automod's like weird. They're kind of like a little old. But they got the spirit, you know?
Hey.
I don't know. We'll see.
Hmm.
Oh, no, actually.
No.
Wait, well, hold on. Yeah, let's get it.
Nice.
Damn, I was overall splatter? Insane.
Good job.
Yeah, right? Fucking
Love
reflex.
my little sunglasses. Love my little sunglasses. They're so fun. I just look like a menace.
Oh, 5-2. Alright, that's fine.
You are much more aggressive at splatting than I am.
Yeah, that's true. Last game before food's out.
Okay. So next, after this game, we stop out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright. We're gonna do, what's it called?
Salmon run.
Early. I got all 3! Heck yeah. I got practice coming into that from different angles now.
Mm.
Oh, my nondescript meal box was delivered.
Teague's reverses. I hope that's cool.
I reverse?
You'll see.
What? Oh, okay.
Oh no, I'm lagging. What's that about?
Why are you lagging?
I don't know.
Well, simply stop it.
I'm trying.
Yell at your internet service provider.
Oh god. I kind of should actually. Bye, Teeks.
What?
That's what I was trying to tell you.
Hey, why? Wait, why did that happen?
Tegan, I don't know.
Hello? No, we're friends. Don't shoot me. Simply shoot me.
Okay, the charge shot on this is actually pretty nice. I like reflex. Reflex is cool.
Now I'm gonna have to like not call out positioning?
Yeah, you gotta not call it positioning.
Damn it. Shark got me. Good job, Shark. This is counterintuitive. I don't like it. Why are you over there?
Teagues, I don't know.
To be over here.
Oh, I agree with you. That makes sense to me.
Jesus Christ. Jesus.
Bye, Teagues.
What's been you princess me? Oh my god. Can't get anywhere on here.
No, probably not, actually. Our, like, ult comp is, like, pretty oppressive.
Yeah. It's less the alt comp and more the regular comp. Like, my team is very bullheaded.
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
Which is not working out for us.
Mm-hmm.
Because they keep just going in a straight line! And they're also not using any of their, like, sub-weapons.
Oh, jeez.
Got you.
Yep.
Okay. Nope, you guys were on. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Good job.
Yeah, GG's.
I did my best.
I know, Teagues.
I'm so mad. Why are we versus?
Why was I number one popular target? I wasn't even there! Oh my god.
I kept seeing you. You kept being in my field of vision.
Oh, really?
And
Okay.
I was the most aggressive on the team. I was overall splatter and overall turf inker.
Yep, that sounds right.
And also popular target.
Okay, so
Alright.
I'm gonna stop
God
here.
Damn it. I inked more than the top 2 people on your team.
Oh yeah, but we had 2 guys that went 7-2 and 11-1, Teagues.
Yeah, on me.
Oh my god. No, but it was just like I saw like, oh, I'm firing missiles. Oh wait, is that a booyah bomb? Oh wait, is that a wave breaker? I was like, oh no.
Yeah, it was that was a mess.
Greatest
Alright,
skill charger's
I'm
the
going-
best? Oh god, okay. Oh, really? Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
I do like this fit, so I'm gonna expand it, I think.
Yeah, you look cool.
Let me see.
I got my 2 rewards from leveling up real quick.
Hell yeah.
I don't like the shirt in this fit, but I like the hat. I woke up and there's new minion memes everywhere. Yep, that's how it go.
Oh my god.
That do be how it going.
Okay, so yeah. I'm gonna save this fit. I'm gonna actually customize it later. Oh, I forgot there's a photo mode in this game. Holy shit.
Yeah, photo mode!
Okay, let me
I
see.
can't wait to see who hangs out with me in Angopolis. Are you gonna come? Are you gonna hang out with me in Angopolis?
Yeah, sure, I'll come visit.
Okay.
Okay, anyways.
Okay, here we are.
Making
Who's
a
here?
room.
Oh, Sona's here.
Sona from League of Legends?
No, not Sona. Sono.
Oh, okay. So no.
Okay. Yeah, right. Sono, not Sona.
Also, have I beaten
Have you
story
beaten
mode?
story mode?
No.
I have. Rocky has not. Oh. looking at your little yellow outfit.
Yeah, that still sounds right. Pop.
Oh, I keep forgetting how to throw things. Alright, we're gonna win the salmon run. Oh, that's us. Green and yellow team! We're gonna win.
Ooh, this map, though.
Kick butt. You've never been here?
No, we've been here, but not often.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Wait, there's a Grisco sword? Hold on, I want the Grisco sword!
I have a slosher.
Yeah.
This is a nightmare.
No, this thing eats everything. It's cool, Teagues. Just fuck them up.
It's so slow. Oh no, I can't hit. I can't hit this last guy.
Oh my god.
I cannot hit this last guy. Oh my god.
Never mind, I think we're gonna get wiped here.
I got it.
Teagues, I'm swimming back to base. If you can see us, please help us.
I can't see you. Oh, I have no ink. I have no ink. This thing just eats ink.
Oh, yeah.
This is awful. Ah! I got dead.
Yeah, I saw.
Gold? Oh my god. This thing just eats ink.
GG's.
This is awful.
Oh, we got out of it. Oh my god. Try using the slosher to take care of flyfish. It pierces through anything. Yeah, man, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, what do I got now? Oh!
I got the black.
Oh, I
umbrella. Okay.
Oh, it's low tide.
No, it's not. Tornado.
It is.
Oh, but the thing doesn't move on low tide?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't move on this.
Oh, tornado, okay. Teagues, can you be last leg?
Yeah.
Damn it!
Oh my god! I got stuck.
Damn it. Why can't I fire it high enough? Oh, I gotta jump for it?
Alright, we hit goal.
Word. God, this is kind of a mess right now.
This is a mess.
I'm not used to this
We'll be better
map.
in a minute.
Okay.
I mean, this is the... Oh, no.
Oh, there we go, blaster.
I have the Splatana.
Okay.
It's all Grisco weapons. This is nutty.
There's a saucer over there, but I'm looking for the other thing. Where's the second boss? What is it?
It's another saucer in the same spot.
Oh, okay. I got the stinger.
Okay.
Stinger is now past tense. Oh, Jesus. There's a fish stick I could use some help with.
We're working on it. We got it. Oh my god! Ah! I got around the fish stick. Where is everybody?
Up here.
Oh. Can you come down?
Maybe in a little bit. Ah! There we go. Got them all.
I don't understand what the draw distance on this thing is. How the fuck do I aim this? What the hell does it work? I can't use this katana.
GG.
Oh my god. That was not good. That was not good. Told you it was cool. Yeah, it's definitely cool, but like, what the fuck?
When you have the sword, try charge slashing a steelhead or a fly fish. Okay, that makes sense.
Bold of you to assume I know how to charge slash.
You just hold the button, Deeks, and you let it go.
No, I want a gun. Give me a gun.
Alright.
Oh my god. How did I get it to go any amount of distance? I just did it twice and it only splatted what was immediately in front of me.
Okay. That's weird. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think I'm not aiming it right, if that makes sense.
Are you getting like a vertical reticle?
Yeah.
Then just point it like straight in front of you.
I got this. I got a blaster.
Oh my god, okay.
Do you have it?
No, I have stringer, which kind of works like
Okay.
the slosher.
Where are they?
Right side?
Oh, okay.
Oh, low tide.
Oh, it's low tide.
Yep. Stinger on the right.
I got squished. Stinger is no more.
Okay, so on the Grizzco stringer, it looks like I still get the spread shot even when I charge.
That's good.
It's weird to deal with because I'm like expecting a line and I'm not getting it.
See, this is working out perfectly for me. I just blast it. So anyway, I start blasting.
Oh my god. Easy.
That was easy peasy, lemon squeezy. We got 33 eggs.
No deaths.
Give me a gun. Alright, what do I got? Oh no, I have the awful slosher again.
I got the stinger. Okay, so it's slow, you're right, but it penetrates. So just like line a bunch of stuff in front of you and then just let it rip.
Oh,
we're dead.
localized.
Yeah, GG's.
No, it's alright. We're gonna be okay, actually. We're gonna be fine.
I'm choosing to believe you,
fine.
Teeks.
Just back up.
Fuck, I'm gonna die.
Rocky, you gotta get back up.
Yeah, I know. There's a bunch of
Eggs?
Yep.
Yeah. I need to soak up some ink. Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Quota.
This is perfect for this slosher though, because I can just, if you just stand behind me.
I hear ya. I get what you're saying.
Whoop. And you just launch it at him and it just goes right through a bunch.
Right.
That was nice.
Blaster.
Okay, I have the sniper rifle.
Okay, so yeah, single shots.
Nighttime again. What are we looking at? Oh, Goldie. I'll just be back here.
Nope, same spot.
I know, I'm saying I'll be back here for, egg purposes.
Word. Quota?
Yeah, quota.
Lit.
Down there. So small, Goldie. Oh, I popped it.
I might die. No, I won't.
No, you won't. You're immortal.
I'm gonna live forever.
And also I'm right behind you.
Yeah, there it is. That's the one.
What? I might die. No, you won't because I'm right behind you.
Because I'm right behind you, yes. Okay, so that was nice.
That was much better.
Mm-hmm. It was those other two that were the problem.
Could always help you guys out if you want.
Salmon is great for chunks.
I'm less worried about chunks and more worried about catalog right now, personally. Oh, damn! They did way better than us, egg-wise.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So I guess we were the problem. GG's.
Yeah, that's alright. We're learning, though.
Hmm.
First salmon run of the day. Oh, I like this sniper rifle. Why can't I have this?
Because it's busted, Tegan.
I know! I want it!
Oh
Give me the busted sniper rifle. What? Oh! The fella!
Oh! Okay!
Where are they? Are they down there?
Yeah, directly in front.
Oh, at the stern of the ship?
Yep.
flyfish over here. He nailed me.
Yeah, I got hit by a mouse. That's unpleasant.
We got. Man, the other two here are just absolutely killing it. Oh. Alrighty. I have the same thing again. Where are they this time? Oh, flyfish.
Oh, there's one over there now.
Yeah, it's okay. I got you.
Thank you.
There's a steelhead that's just walking. I got him.
Damn it!
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, I mean, obviously not, but... Where are you? Oh, you're over there. I see you.
I'm getting this fish stick.
Okay.
You need more eggs?
I'm working on it. I'm getting all the eggs I can.
Actually, we have quota. We're fine.
Oh no, I got. The flyfish is too powerful. Oh my goodness. Samurai, why are you so nutty right now? Oh, I have the tri-stinger. Oh.
Maz?
Oh, there it is. Also dolphin.
I see. Stinger coming out of the...
Stinger, yeah. I got the stinger.
Word.
It is no longer a problem. I heard some... Oh, that's what I heard. A flyfish. Oh. Hey. Oh no, there's two of them! Hey! Oh my god. I'm doing my best. There's two of them down here. Y'all, oh my god.
Where are the big shots?
They're all over here! I'm trying! This way!
Fuck, this is dumb.
Down here. Everything is down here. Everything is down here.
Just get to the thing. We have the... No, I'm dead.
Everything. I was trying to handle 4 big shots at once.
That's weird. Oh my god.
I was doing my best. I called in that this way too late.
I can't get started.
We can do it. We got this.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Hmm.
Like, that's how the bow normally fires, and it pulls into about there. That's so
Yeah.
weird. Yeah, okay, but that's fine.
We'll get it. We'll get there. This is just a wild time. These weapons are all so weird. Oh my god, I hate this slosher. It's so slow! Mid-tide.
Stinger on the left, on the right. I'm working on the fly fish first.
I'm working on the stinger.
Stinger down. Fly fish down.
Hit the fly fish with this slosher. I can just hit it.
Oh my god, why can't... It's fine. Thanks, Seeks.
Oh. This just isn't... Oh, there's a big shot?
Yeah.
Hello?
There's a big shot on the bottom right.
Oh no! Rocky, come back!
Thank you.
Yep. Oh my goodness.
If you want to grind catalog, then ring's probably the best way to do it. Knockouts give tons of XP. That makes sense. Grisco Charger.
I have the bow. There's a fly fish.
Yep.
Oh, and a stinger! Oh, fuck me.
I'm going for the stinger.
I'm following behind you. But I'm dead, so you'll have to turn around and help me.
Ah, okay. There's 2 moths down here. Care?
There's about to be none moths down here.
I want to believe.
I got eaten, but it was worth it.
Not yours. Here you go, Teeks.
Thank you. Oh no! Not me! I got.
Ah!
Oh my god! That was bad.
What's my least favorite Grisco weapon? I hate the bow right now.
I hate the slosher. The slosher fucking sucks. It's so slow. I can't aim it. Garbage. 0 out of 10. What's the Grisco roller look like?
We've seen the Grisco roller before. It's alright.
What's it look like? I don't remember.
It's really wide. It's like bigger than Big Swig.
That means nothing to me. This bow is fine. I just have to be able to aim it.
There's no Grisco roller? Am I imagining that? It's okay. Alright, fine.
Not yet. Soon, I'm sure. Do I have... Okay, I have the blaster. We're good. I'm fine. Everything's great.
I currently hate
slow
everything.
tide. Slow tide.
Yeah, sure, fine.
Fly fish. Another fly fish. More fly fish. It says fly fish only.
Where?
Oh my god. I got squished. Nicholas also got squished.
Why am I the only one alive? Get up! God damn it!
I was trying. Do not have quota right now.
Nope.
Because all the things are over here.
Got it. God.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
Barely. Jesus Christ. BW and I got squished at the front, and then I was like, help! And nobody, literally Nicholas went the opposite direction. And I'm like, why?
I'm realizing that, like, we just need to play the whole thing slower than we normally do.
Where are we looking? Okay.
Fish stick.
Fly fish. Fish stick.
Tegan, you might as well climb up and shoot it.
Yeah, that's what I'm figuring. Alright, I'm on my way. Okay, Nicholas was the right one to do that because he had the fucking blade.
It does pierces through everything. That's wild.
What does?
Splasher. So it goes through like umbrellas when those dudes like crouch.
Oh, okay. That's good.
There's like 5 down here. If anyone wants to help me grab them.
I don't know where you are.
Well, doesn't matter really.
Oh, I see you. I see. Okay. Oh my goodness, this sniper rifle is weird.
Yeah.
Ah, I got it again. It says, Tegan, you're gonna learn how to be a sniper today.
Stinger. Far right.
I see it.
Maz behind Nicholas.
Maz.
I missed the Maz. Fuck me.
Oh, Jesus, fuck.
Got it. I threw too early? Are you kidding?
Nicholas and I both got. Thank you.
Yeah. We're losing our eggs. There's an Italian coming up on the right side behind you, Teeks.
Ah, I'm out of ink. I keep running out of ink. These things are so ink hungry.
Yeah, gotta play slower.
Nicholas, use your ult. Oh, I fell in the water. We have to play slower, but also faster because the amounts they want us to get are so wildly high.
Well, I mean, what I mean specifically by slower is that, like, you need to shoot slower because your weapons are more powerful. Like, we have wave clear and, like, you know, damage that we don't normally have, but the trade-off is that it's ink hungry, so we can't shoot as fast. Oh, fuck, sure, fine! Let me fight a fucking Koizuna right now!
Yeah, you know, while we're still explaining how this works.
Whatever. Give me Blaster. Splasher.
Splasher.
No, I have Charger.
Oh, Splasher.
They're both dead.
Oh my god, Stinger! I think if you don't use your ults in the first round, you should just get to keep up.
Well, you do get just one back, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you get one back.
Why is no one on the right side anymore?
Because I'm trying to get the Stinger. Alright, I got the Stinger.
Almost done. We have the damage. We just need to kill. I got
mod.
I got Celio. GG's. God damn it.
Good job. Jesus Christ.
Fucking son of a bitch. Sorry, I was trying to get over to race.
It's okay. I went for that Steelio, or for that Stinger, and I think that was the right call overall, but I did absolutely suffer for it.
Yeah, no, like, we needed the Stingers gone. Stingers and Flyfish need to disappear as soon as possible.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to do. Oh, 10 fucking copper skills for that bullshit? Fuck off.
I got 1 silver.
Yeah, I also got 1 silver, but like, seriously. That was like a gold skill, at least. That was so hard.
I don't know. I think it could be harder, but I don't...
Don't say that. Do not.
God, do I only get 4 shots off the charger? Or is it 6?
4.
It's 4. God damn it. Okay. I mean, they pierce, which is nice, but 4? God. Alright, here we go.
This is so long. Okay.
Grisco Blaster. Fine.
I have the Splatana. This helps me none. Oh, I fell.
So focus on wave clear. Let them pile up, and then just, like, hit stuff. Fuck you. I don't have anything that pierces. Did you put a null for that? Are you kidding?
Ah! I died.
Big shot.
There's the big shot. Oh, I see it. Fuck off.
Found the umbrella.
Where am I? Where's the aiming? I don't understand this Splatana. I don't. How high do I have to aim?
I don't think it gets distance at all.
It doesn't. But like, how high do I have to aim to hit anything?
I don't know about that one, Cheeks.
All our eggs! No! Our eggs!
Are you telling me? We got quota though. We're fine. Not yours.
All I did was throw things up via big shot. How? Where the fuck does that Splatana hit? Okay,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 shots. Low tide?
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, no! I got. He also got got.
Not yours.
The mobs keep getting me. Did we both just get got?
Yeah. Just steal y'all. Stinger.
I see it. Nope. I tried.
Nicholas, get up! There we go. Fucking goddamn it!
We have quota.
Yep, I'm out of volts though. Do you guys want me to join? I could help and give tips. It's not that bad. It's just like, it's just a mess in a new map. Once muscle memory settles in, it should be fine.
I hate a slosher. I hate sloshers. I hate this slosher. I like that it like sprays the ground as it goes, if that makes sense.
For sure. It's low enough, yeah.
But, oh my god. But it doesn't like do anything, if that makes sense.
I'm getting cornered. I'm running. I'm going for the stinger.
Alright, there's a Moz that's coming after my ass. Oh my god!
Stinger's down.
Oh my god! This small fry shot me off the fucking map!
Oh, I'm dead. Yep.
Where's our fourth?
Saving us.
Oh, I'm company! Alright, 3-0. Oh my god. Eggs,
Those are it.
basket. Eggs, basket.
Got it. GG's. Ah!
Oh my fuck.
Why did everyone bunch up in the center at the end? Who knows? But we did it! We lived!
What a nightmare.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. I'll do it. Whatever. Who cares?
You did so much better than I did. Somehow I am trash with every weapon in this rotation.
It's because they're all slow and they're not movement based, and that's counter to the way that you play this game.
It is super yeah, you're right. You know what, you're right. Okay, I have to aim the slosher lower.
That makes sense.
It has no arc, but it just goes and it sprays as it goes. And I have to remember that when I aim the slosher.
Yeah. I got the blaster. Okay, free round.
I got the umbrella. Mid-tide, dark. What do we got? Blowflies? No, Goldie. Got her.
Where? See her. Never mind. I'm gone. She's so small.
Yeah, we kicked her ass.
Not yours.
My egg. My eggy! I earned them. It's gonna be this one. Oh, good job!
Going to be. Going.
You guys do that. I'm getting these ones from the previous head.
That's Coda.
Nope, she's far away from the basket this time. Where is she?
Found her.
Oh my god.
From downtown!
Nice!
Jesus. Ugh. Okay. Okay, sword.
No! Not the sword.
So Teague's focus on wave clear. But it also has like a big like swing on like stuff that has like a weak spot. So steelheads, oh my god. Good shit, Ghost. I'm out of here. Slash. Two Maws. Be careful.
Yeah.
One Maw. Oh, it swings behind you.
What?
The sword? It's like it's like a 270-degree arc. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay.
But okay.
So like, you know, 180 is directly in front of you?
Right.
Imagine like 45 degrees also on your sides.
Oh, Jesus. This Stinger wants my ass.
Stinger's dead. Unless there's another Stinger.
I don't know if there was another Stinger.
B, why are you hyper close range right now?
There's a flyfish somewhere, that's for fucking sure.
Yep.
Hello?
Well, we already have quota.
Oh, there's two flyfishes.
Fuck. Yeah, it's 270 on the charge.
Oh my God.
The horizontal slash is 270 degrees. It's
I'm
not.
so slow. Yes.
And I have
Okay,
the
I have the
umbrella.
umbrella.
Yeah.
Low
Same.
tide.
I still have one booyah bomb left.
I have 2 wave clears left, so I'm gonna use one.
It's low tide. Low tide. Low tide.
Yeah, I know.
Steelio down. Going for the big shot.
A good call.
Down.
There are 2.
Steelheads.
Yeah. Nope.
Stingers. Yep. Stingers. I'm gonna dodge and get these eggs in, and then I'll go for the stingers. Going for the right.
I'm going along the right side.
Down.
What? One of them.
Steelio coming out of the ocean.
I fell in the water. Oh, amazing! Someone got me up already.
Oh my god, fucking fish stick. Got it.
What if everything wasn't on my ass, huh?
We got quota. We're good. Hang in there. These are not yours. Yeah, true.
Hello. Hello.
Valid.
Hello.
Hey, Italian.
Jesus Christ. Nice.
Yeah, GG's.
Oh God.
Got
Wow,
it.
3 umbrellas. Oh my Jesus.
Yeah, 3 brillas are kind of nuts.
That was wild.
At least I remember how to use the brella.
Oh my God, right? So afraid for the next time I play this game. This mode, because I'm already professional +1.
Mhm.
And I'm just gonna be immediately fucked.
Well, I'm professional +2 now.
I am too. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back because I'm dying.
Okay. I'll leave for a second. Halfway through another Kozuna? That's cool. Works for me. Trust me, the way you get good at Salmon Run is by just using your brain. It's not like technical skill is the only thing. Yeah, it's true. This is more strategic since it's like, what's it called? Like, tower defense, basically. Not like this game's tower defense, but like tower defense in like other games. What's our hazard level? 115? We're gonna get knocked down soon, I think. Yeah, our upper rank is around like 120, it looks like. Alright. Well, that'll be that, I guess. Oh, is this the all random grizz? It is the all random grizz. It's the all random riz, if you know what I mean. Everything's big and slow and about wave clear, except for like the Brella and like the blaster. I'm just waiting for Teagues to come back because she went to the bathroom.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm back.
Then we're in queue. Well, we're going, and now we're in queue.
It's all random, all grizz. Oh god. We're gonna get another Kozuna though. We're gonna win it.
Oh yeah. Especially with all this stuff. Jesus Christ.
As long as we don't get all sloshers.
All sloshers is actually pretty easy for Kozuna. I mean, we can't ignore bosses, but like, Teagues, it pierces through stuff. You can kill flyfish just directly with it, no bombs.
If you can aim!
Yeah, you gotta aim.
Told of you to assume I can aim!
I don't know, don't you use guns? Aren't you a gun specialist?
I am a gun specialist, yes. I am a straight line gun specialist.
Low tide.
Be easy peasy. Oh. Thanks.
Here to help. Big shot on the right.
Also a Maz.
Maz is dead.
Pretty much was a big shot on the right.
Yeah, right.
Gonna hang. Whoa, hi, steelhead. I just fucking popped a steelhead.
Yep, that sounds right. Power of the almighty Grizz. Stinger. Not anymore. Flyfish. Teeks, get away from me. Oh my god, Teeks, bro!
You said get away from you!
Yeah, and then I stopped in your path and it still hit me. Bye! Got the flyfish in one hit.
Good job.
I'm gonna go get this other flyfish. Can someone get this fish stick?
I can't. Bold of you to assume I can get anything.
Not yours.
Okay, if I'm very... I have to treat this slosher with so much care.
Right.
Like, if I really take my time and just, like, Ave Maria this shit, then it's fine.
Ave Maria? You're gonna have to elaborate on that one, Teeks.
You know how, like, whenever there's, like, some bullshit happening in the background and one person is just, like, at peace beyond all comprehension?
Oh my god.
I have to do that.
Jeez, okay, Teeks, then we gotta do... Oh, it's Cohawks. My bad.
Cohawks?
Yeah, like with the giant guns and shit.
Oh yeah, I have the giant gun.
But yeah, like yeah, okay,
I am
so
simply up here with a giant gun.
I need to clip like some of those like flyfish kills with like Explosher and then like play Ave Maria in the background. That sounds amazing, actually.
Okay, I am filling back up. And now I am back on Blaster. Filling up. Back on Blast. Get out of here.
We have 3 fish sticks.
This one that's right in front of me is just blocking everything I'm doing. Oh, and now I'm getting fucked. I can't aim anything for anything too close to me right now.
I know.
Sorry, I'm trying to fill up on ink up here.
Yeah, I hear that.
Got it.
We're still over quota. It's fine.
Yeah. I was just in this one up here.
Watching
I was just like, oh, right behind me? Perfect, actually.
Oh my god.
Oh, I have the bow.
Well, Boomer, I play dangerously. That's just how it is.
Oh, it's low tide again.
Ah, fuck, fine. Give me back the slosher, you bastard.
Just toss some stuff this way, you know?
Oh, toss. That's what you're asking.
Yeah, just I'm back here.
That's gonna be a mess over there.
It is. alright though. Oh, swim in the ocean. Sorry, I went swimming. I got that. No, Xavier! I get this fly fish.
Ah! Oh, it's because they have bows.
I also buzz. Oh, where
In danger.
Oh, well, we got so I got stuck. This is so hard. What the hell?
It's okay. Let me log on to help you. Oh my god.
Jen, we're just so bad.
No, we're fine. It just
No, we're
takes an
terrible.
adjustment.
It's okay. We can admit we're bad. It's okay.
Sometimes we're bad. We're not bad today, Teagues.
You sure?
Yep.
Okay. Are we good though?
No. But you know, it's not a binary like switch. It's a spectrum. You know that.
Is it?
Yeah. Like, are you gonna say like between a 10-year-old and like fucking LeBron James, one's good at basketball and one's bad at basketball? The kid's a kid. It's a different scale.
Yeah, but we're kids. We're whole ass adults.
I mean, yeah.
Jen says we're not bad.
I know. I heard him. Okay.
You heard him with your ears?
Yeah, I did. I heard
What side?
I heard June_Monday's voice. Oh, it's a tornado. Left side, left side. I got...
Man, we are just rocking the relay. Oh, damn it. I keep trying. Oh, I'm gonna go for the next one.
Why don't we have anything in yet?
Because we can't get it up.
No, don't fire... You either have to jump to shoot it over the thing, but I'm shooting them onto the elevator. Yeah, so like for this one, it's better to like shoot the last second to last leg like onto the elevator, and then just let someone like ride up the elevator and just cash them all in because it's right next to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I have the Splatana.
Okay, so it's just frontline boss kill, and I have frontline wave clear.
There's two of us with Splatanas. Where? Oh, they're on the beach. Oh no! There's a fish stick, and I can't ink
Fish stick's done.
Side. I cannot ink the side of the fish stick to get it up. Oh, there's a...
Stinger.
Damn,
Far right.
I'm trying. There's also a Stelial that is just on my ass.
There's two stingers. I'm going for the one on the left. There's two stingers on the left. I'm going to kill them both.
Oh god. Well, not before one of them killed me, so.
1. Up. Ah, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Ah, I need ink! And that was my last ult. I don't know why I tried to go for it there, but I did. And now I'm dead.
I'm dead too. I was trying to get the other stinger.
Nah, this was GG.
What's our last person's ult? No. Damn it.
It happens. Whatever.
Just be better. Yeah, I'm fucking trying, Jen. God damn it.
Try harder, Bricken says.
I'm doing my best, literally. I'm just very bad at all of these weapons.
Update. I mean, I don't think it affects us, but we'll see.
It doesn't. God damn it.
Okay, next one's a Kozuna round. I hope you're ready, Teeks.
I am not.
Oh, well, figure it out. Make your peace. Pick a god and pray.
Damn it. Why is there so much good gear?
Oh, Boomer's playing? Okay, Boomer, let's do it.
I want things. Oh, Salmo meter. I'm trying to join. It's thinking about it.
There you are,
There we go.
Okay, come on, Bricken, let's go. Bricken really wants to play with us. You're gonna have to race for it.
I don't think Bricken has your friend code.
I thought is he friends with me or is he friend with you?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Bricken's friends with me. Yeah.
You do? Okay. Is it gonna be a race?
Oh, apparently Huh? Oh, Boomer says he can back out for June.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. I didn't know we were this popular.
Me either. We're learning.
Okay, June, just come on. It's fine. Boomer made space for you. It's fine. I gotta get through the Splatfest updates.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I mean, if we're taking 4, we're taking 4. I don't want to play with a rando. I hate randos. Also, apparently Twitter, so you just can't use text messages, but you can use an off app. That's not that bad.
I have to log in to change it though.
Oh.
Bold of Twitter to think I remember my password.
Oh my gosh.
No, that's a lie. I do. I have it written down.
I don't.
You don't? You don't write your passwords down in a notebook in another language?
Absolutely not. In another language? That's actually smart, but no, I don't do that.
Oh yeah, all my passwords are either written in Elvish or Hyrulean.
Okay, that's pretty smart. I'm okay with that. And yeah, June, white chocolate big one.
Yeah, super one.
Big
God
one for the
damn.
big man.
It was like when water won. Big man sweet.
White chocolate sleep, yeah. Okay, slosher.
Okay, I had the blaster. I'm good.
18.
Oh, it's low tide.
Okay, go on. Center! Flyfish, I got him.
You better get him.
Dead. Bye. There's a fish stick coming, and I don't want it. Y'all can have that.
Bricken's got it. Alright, let's see what we got. I am simply walking forward and blasting. So anyway, I start blasting.
Yeah, right. Stinger on the left.
for long.
There's an Italian on the center. Also one on the right.
No, there isn't.
I'm looking at them.
I can't believe you thought there was an Italian on the right. It simply is not there. Oh, there's a flyfish in the middle, Rocky.
I'm going. You gotta tell me this stuff earlier.
I told it to you as soon as I saw it.
I killed the umbrella dude also.
Good job. I got dead. I got murdered by a chum. But it doesn't matter. Oh.
Oh my god, Teeks! I'll warm up at 150 danger level and come to help you like your little babies. That sounds right, June. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm a little baby. Here, it's low tide again.
Okay. I don't have flyfish. Don't ask me. I don't want them.
I have a katana. No, I have a katana. I don't want to be anywhere near anything.
No, you want to be close to everything, Tegan. You have the katana.
No, I don't. I have no desire to be close to anything. I'll do it because I have a katana, but I don't wanna. You're welcome for the rain boy, by the way.
Appreciate you. Wait, does the sword pierce?
No, it doesn't pierce. I just smacked it.
Okay.
I wish the sword pierced. Oh, whoa! I swam in the ocean. I decided to go for a swim instead of get hit by the steel eel that's coming up.
I hear that. Up.
Why? Illegal! Hey,
God damn it.
I just got up. That's not fair.
Thank you. I guess I'll go get the stinger?
Rice. Please do. Ah!
Oh my god.
God! Everything is trying to murder me. I don't want to be murdered.
I didn't get the shot. I wasn't in range at the end.
What if I didn't want to be murdered, though?
The sword does pierce. Godlike. Let's go.
Oh god. It's low tide again!
Yeah, but it's the relay.
Okay.
Okay, like third person, last person, stay on the elevator. I say as I die. Fuck.
It's okay. I don't have ink, Rocky. I'm sorry. I tried.
I didn't say anything. We're good. Elevator on the left side.
Left side elevator.
Oh wait, no. Right side. Fuck me.
Port starboard, my guy. Port or starboard.
I forget the left elevator isn't close.
Okay, I'm going for the other one. Because the right elevator is closer, right?
Yes. Ah, fuck me. That was bad.
Okay, right elevator now.
Going. God damn it. Is this all low tide? Yeah, no, it's just this one. Bricks down, but we have quota. Just don't die. Boomer, if you could lend me some ink. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Yeah, fuck it.
That's pretty good.
Kozuno.
Oh. No.
Told you.
No, don't like it. No, thank you.
Come on, Tegan, let's go get these silver scales. Come on.
I want gold scales.
Then you gotta get a higher threat
Give me
level.
Blaster. No.
Okay, I'm killing him.
Oh, I got Brella.
Back me up.
I am just shooting it.
It's almost dead already. I don't know if you see this.
I used my crab on it. I got you, Boomer, don't worry.
Stinger on the left, but it's already dead.
But it didn't matter. Heyo! That was good!
It's nice when we can just play the video game with people. That sounds awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, right? Jesus Christ. Did we get anything good? 11 copper scales! 2 silver scales.
Congrats, Boomer.
No. That's your first one? Good job. Good job.
Mm-hmm. Look at this shit. 1090. Ugh.
8 eggs in. I insisted with 8 eggs. Everyone else did like a billion eggs, and I'm just like, 8. Boomer did 48, you did 22.
Mm.
I didn't get to see how many Brick did.
Brick did also 22.
I did 8. Helped a little bit by doing nothing.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I can't believe sword pierces. It's so fucking crazy.
Okay, bow turn. Low tide.
Going.
Big shot.
He's dead.
Yeah, I'll be over by the thing if anybody needs me.
For sure.
Oh, there's a moss. Hi.
I got you, Boomer. Just give me a second. I overlap with the scrapper. Splatoon is not good for Goldie hide and seek. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, goodness. There's another big shot.
Sure, let's kill him.
I'm trying. But I only have a bow. There's only so much I can do with a bow. Oh my god. Go away! This is not a crowd control weapon.
The bow?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It just has a really wide shotgun spray. That's all it does. Like crazy wide.
Are you saying it's bad with this weapon?
Maybe. I don't know, Teags. I can't see your screen.
Yeah, no, that's okay. It is my fault. I'm bad with this weapon.
Be like Zelda, Tegan, or like Link with a bow. Bow of the Wild.
Bow of the Wild. Oh my god.
Okay, so the charge slash pierces on the sword, but not the normal slash.
Oh, hey, did you see that? Watch this. Oh, it didn't do it that time. What the hell?
Huh?
The first time it moved me like 2 feet.
Oh, the sword? Yeah, on full charge, it moves you like a lot.
did Goldie go?
That's not
Where'd
yours.
she go?
She's back
Where
here.
is she? Back there still. What the fuck? Oh, I got her.
I'm like out of ink.
Me too. What is ink and why do I need it?
Oh my god.
Okay, she is nowhere near the basket.
Noted. Excuse me. We're still short. We need quota.
We're working on it.
Do we have enough?
No.
One more. Where is she?
One more. Got her. Too late though. I can't hit her up there.
Just.
I can't hit her up there. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
We should have swapped a relay. Oh, yeah, Teeks, the only way that the sword actually has range is a full charge.
Oh, get fucked.
Yeah, like, you can try it. Like, it does give you a bit of range, but it's like a really damaging slash. But, like, that's
Hate
what
it.
it is.
No, thank you. Okay. We can't see, but I did a slash and it inked exactly in front of me and nowhere else. I don't know how to aim this thing. Even full charge, I have no idea how to aim it.
No. Like, treat, like, the blade as your range. Treat it like an actual sword, not like a Splatoon sword.
You want me to kendo stick this sword?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Nothing on left.
Oh, hi, it's me. It's this way.
Going. Dolphin.
I don't know. I got swim. I am constantly just knocked in the water.
Thank you. Anyone got that fly fish?
Not yet. Working on it. We got it. Whoa.
There's Steelio coming up the right side. And a stinger on the left. Holy shit.
I got Stinger.
Okay.
Oh no, Brick's got Stinger.
I got the Steelio.
I got the little Italian.
I'm going for stinger, but like, can someone get these eggs?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Me and my blaster got these eggs.
It's quota.
Whoop! The steelhead somewhere. Oh my goodness. Oh no, Boomer! Oh no, Boomer!
Ah.
Boomer, I'm so sorry. I didn't see you.
Whew. Okay.
Oh,
Okay, I have a sniper. That's fine.
yeah, please.
Goldie sniper.
I have a blaster.
Found her.
Where is she? Where is she?
Not sure. focusing on eggs right now.
Yeah, understandable.
Not yours.
Found her!
Word. That's quota. She's right here.
Oh my god. Get out of here. These are my eggs.
Got it.
Nice. Good job.
Woo!
We were just focused.
Ah! Okay, and I still have 2 crabs.
I still have. Oh, it's low tide.
That's fine. I'm gonna sit right here.
Oh, it's tornado time.
I'm gonna be last relay.
I'm gonna be dead, apparently.
Oh my god. Interesting choice.
What?
Someone used their ink strike like to cover right after they broke the box.
I did. That was me. We're relay. I'm relaying them over.
Thank you.
Alright, there's another one. It's middle. It looks like.
I got it, Boomer. That's quota.
Boomer, come a little bit closer. We can't hear you over there.
I got him.
You get me too, thanks. Good crab.
Mhm.
Look at you crabbing.
GG's.
Good job. That was a nightmare.
We did it. Ah.
We did it. Is it worth it?
Cheeks, we've gotten 2 Kozunas today. Like,
I know
think
we have.
I think we're doing great.
We've gotten every Kozuna we've attempted. Which, like, good for us, but also, yikes.
Nah. Shout outs to Mr. Grizz. Up.
Okay.
Ugh. What is this shit?
Boomer.
Thanks for playing, Boomer. Hey, Colby. Whoa, but like the bow like charge pattern is so weird.
Right?
Like look at the shape that it takes. Oh, I DC'd. Fuck me.
Aww.
Oh, I think it's because like Boomer like turned his off or whatever.
Oh, it's okay. Well, I'm in charge of the room now, so you should be able to just rejoin.
Join in. Too high rank for us to get a pay grade up. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care, Brick. I'm just trying to, you know, win right now.
I'm just trying to survive, so like... Oh, I have to hit the all set button.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm in charge now, apparently.
Large
Illegal.
and in
I shouldn't be in charge. No, I don't wanna. Actually, no, I lied. I do want to be supervisor, and I'll just be like, "Are you guys doing okay? Let me know if there's anything I can do to help." And then I just simply will not help.
Simply will not help, huh? Teeks is a hands-off manager.
Yeah, I trust you guys to do your jobs. You know.
My god.
If you need extra time off, or like, you know, you want to discuss raises, that's fine. I'm happy to do that. I'll fight with HR for you. But like, I trust you guys to do your job.
Word.
Tide.
Oh, it's low tide?
No, it's high tide. The opposite of what you said.
Oh, terrifying. Okay. Oh, singer?
Where?
Never mind. I must have imagined it.
Oh, okay. Like how I imagined that weather guy?
Oh, yeah. Ups.
Oh, I see. There's a fish. There's a stick made out of fish over here. Thinks it's being all clever. I got it.
Ah, Jesus. Fucking small fry. Not yours. Also, not yours, actually.
There's a steelhead coming up. Don't mind me, I am simply securing your exit routes.
We need to cash in these eggs.
Working on it. Quota.
Nice. LOL, what, steelhead? Yeah, right. Why are there so many eggs down here? What the fuck, guys?
I don't know.
There's like 32 eggs down there.
I'm working on it. I only do so much. As your supervisor, I can only do so much.
Oh my god, TX.
Oh, fuck.
Back to
that's
sniping.
right.
Low?
I jumped too fast.
Oh my god, TX! I jumped too fast!
Rocky!
Why is there one player left, you nerds? Get up!
We all jumped too quick. Oh, there's a steelhead over here.
What?
Somebody who has a skill. Because I fucking don't.
Teeks, you just need to charge slash it. That works too. Invalid OAuth token?
What?
Oh, the clip thing's wrong. I gotta fix it. That's happened before. Sorry.
Broken?
Maybe.
You broke it?
No, I think like Nightbot doesn't have permission to post, like, blocks it from like posting in the chat. I just need to make sure that the actual clip is real. Because I've done that before and it did show up. It was just like I couldn't open it. Damn it. Get that out of here.
Oh, okay, so charge slash doesn't work on Flyfish. Good to know.
Wait, no, you have to jump for it. For those?
I did!
I'm not sure then. I'll test it later.
I'm bad. No, also I'm bad with sword. Remember, I am bad at sword. Sword and I are not friends.
Oh my gosh. Ah! Nope, that's fair. That's justice. I deserve to die for that one.
I doubt you do, but...
10 seconds. Just live.
Bold. Bold request. Can't do it. Couldn't do it.
Thank you, Boomer.
Can't live. It's impossible.
Yeah, I gotta check.
Thank you, Boomer.
Wait, no, it's not on this one. It's in this one. Oh yeah, Teagues is in charge, so it's okay. I don't have to do this. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I'm in charge, apparently.
I can check on Nightbot then. URL fetch. Oh, wait. Do I have to modify Try joining now, June. Because we just came back. Or no, I think we gotta pull all the way out.
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah, if it's, I might need to update this access token.
We did all jump too quick. I'm sorry, Jen. I'll back all the way out next. I have a sniper.
Wave starts in 3, 2, 1. Let's jam. Oh my god. And then everybody dies.
And then everybody dies.
Well, except for me. Okay.
So I owned up to jumping too quick. Oh, there's a steelhead. Hang on, that's
Is it? Oh, the small fry killed me. No! I'm bad. Teeks? Teeks, just shoot through them. It pierces.
I'm trying.
Thank you.
Whoop. I got a guy I'm trying to get.
It's dead. Thank you.
Oh my god. Oh. Alright, hang on. Up! No! He sank me!
Not yours. Oh my god. Help!
Where are you? Coming closer.
I'm coming. Almost. There we go.
Oh god. Well, I sacrificed myself, so. And I'm out of ults now.
Same. I gotta say, I don't like Juicy very much. I don't think I want to play with them anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair and valid. Get him out of here.
Okay.
I say, being the one in charge of that.
Okay, give me a second. I can fix that auth token, I'm pretty sure. Because it's true, this auth token may not be right anymore.
Am I not? Why not?
Let me just try this. Copy. Whoa, not that. That. Yeah, okay.
Okay, I left.
I need to update that token.
Shun, you should be able to join now. See no Jun.
June, try joining.
Are you in?
There you are.
There you are. Jesus.
There we go. I just needed to make a new one. So now if I change it to that, submit, and test.
I'm so glad. Your channel is clips restricted to follower subscriber only.
Wait, okay, then I used the wrong thing.
It says we have clips restricted.
And that's true. Oh, I think we do, but I can change that too.
Ah, okay. My goodness, who knew this was going to be so complicated?
They're just moving parts. The internet's a big place.
How dare it?
Is it settings? I think it is, actually. Channel privileges. Chat verification, that's fine. Unban. Tools in, followers only mode. No, that's not right. What is this?
Instructions unclear. Gondor unable to call for aid.
Fucking Gondor. Okay, it's settings. Hold on.
This is very important.
Stream. VoD setting. Enable clips. Exclude categories. Off. Just to prove that it's real. Yep.
These clips are always the most interesting kind, right? The ones where we're very clearly trying to make sure something works. We can delete those, right?
We can delete them. I can.
Okay.
I'll delete it while it's loading. Just give me a second.
We can delete it later. It's okay. I just don't. If we ever raid a channel that does like a clip roulette sort of thing, I just want to make sure that we don't lose to that.
That's funny. Yeah.
Alrighty. What's your danger level been at? Bold of you to assume I know.
It's like 120. 120 delivery keeps getting caught. Already deleted. Let's fucking go.
Awesome. It's me.
We get stymied like right at like 120.
Okay.
Blaster? Okay, easy free.
Sniper. It's the left side.
What am I looking at? Stelio? Okay, got it. Oh, hi. Can you get the stinger? Stelio's down. I'm going for the stinger.
Okay.
Ha!
I can support. Oh, flyfish on the left side. 2 flyfish on the left side.
Son of a bitch. Fine.
And by left, I definitely mean right.
Tegan!
I'm sorry, I don't know my left from my right.
Do the L thing with your finger.
It's the right side from if you're facing the basket.
Yeah.
Also, there's a stinger that wants my ass.
Is there? Is there a stinger, Tegan?
There is. I don't know where it is.
I just killed it. It's dead.
Oh, good. Thank you.
There's a flyfish here. I don't want to do this.
I have no ink, and I am suffering. Alright.
Oh, fuck you.
There's a flyfish somewhere.
Yeah, I know.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Jen, where are... I loosely see you, Jen. Where are you? No!
June_Monday, please help!
Jen is up now. I'm down.
I think we lose this one, actually.
I think so too, yeah. Egg! Someone threw it on top of me.
It was me. I threw it to you.
Why did you throw me an egg?
Because we were losing.
But I was dead.
I got you up, didn't I?
No, you didn't.
Oh, okay, so you weren't the one at the basket.
No, I was simply dead. You overshot the basket.
Oh,
okay. It ended up in my little thing.
Okay. June, we're gonna protect your rank. Just give me a second.
It's fine. I'm fine.
June, it's okay. We're gonna get it back.
Are you sure?
It's okay. We're gonna go kill Koizuna. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, we're gonna kill a Kozuna. That's true. It'll be okay. I hope.
Professional +3. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
Oh my god.
No, that's true. I hear that.
Oh, I have the bow.
I got the blade. Teague's... okay.
I feel like I should simply vibe back here, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, you gotta be frontline, just like, wave clear.
With the bow?
Wave clear. It's not ranged, that's the thing. Like,
the bow is.
Not really. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay. Teeks, turn around, please.
I gotcha. Oh my god.
I'm going for their... Whoa! Why did I jump like that?
Oh my god! Stinger, no!
We need to get these eggs into the basket.
Working on it. I am literally working on it right now. Okay. Eggs are in basket. Welcome.
Thank you, Tegan.
Oh my god. Is right.
Okay, Brella, I can use this.
I have the charger again.
Mid-tide.
Mid-tide.
Fish stick on the right. It's planning center. I got it. Don't worry about it.
I worry a little bit about it.
Well,
not enough to do anything about it.
Oh my god. Well, it's already dead.
Just throw those eggs down.
Dolphin.
I see it. I'm out of ink, sorry.
It's dead.
Oh, fuck! Damn it.
Ugh.
I'm like, oh, we have people playing with us now. I don't have to worry as much. And the answer is no. I have to worry arguably more.
Well, yeah, because they're better. Teeks, through the corridor. Behind you.
Through the corridor?
Thank you.
There are so many weather boys. I don't have ink. Oh my god. There's 2 Stelios coming up.
Yep.
Jun is up top, stuck. Yeah, we aren't doing this. It's not happening. Jun, you have to use your voice. Your in-game voice that they give you.
GG.
He was just swimming along and I'm like, I see him, but I don't hear anything. The help, you know, the in-game voice that says help and pings everybody.
I think we can stay tight. That's fine, Bricken.
We'll never find each other otherwise.
I was professional +2.
It'll be fine.
June, it's fine. Don't panic.
Panic.
Oh, this is my
A
blue.
little bit. Yeah, this is your blue.
Okay.
Okay, I have the slosher. I just gotta Ave Maria this. Just gotta remember. Where do we look at? Nope.
Right side.
Where? No.
What? Where are they?
Incorrect. There we go. Right here.
Down. Fish stick is taken care of.
Okay, what are we looking at?
There's a Moz somewhere.
Oh, it's underneath me. I found them all.
Indeed. Come on.
There's 2 of them, actually.
It's dead. Got you.
Thank you.
Put him on the elevator. Brick. Good stuff.
I see you, Jen. Come a little bit further down.
Got it.
The ramp, Jen. There you go.
That's quota. Okay.
Yeah, much better.
Taking this crab, Rocky as they're blue. We got this. Yeah. True.
Yeah, I got crab. Alright, I got umbrella. We're good. We're super good. Where are we looking? What are we looking at? No. Right side.
Right side stinger in Italian.
Got it. On the stinger. What stinger, what Italian?
Fuck, I bounced it off. That's so stupid. Got two! Let's go! Can someone clip that what's it called? The fly fish kill? Where I got both grenades? Because that was cool. What the? Why is this fish stick here? What the hell?
I'm working on it. I just saw it. Give me a break.
We need all three of those on the other side. June, I'm coming for you.
Alright, we need eggs.
Going.
Good job.
Someone? Ah, there we go.
We got quota.
Oh, Jesus. No deaths yet, by the way.
Good job. High tide. I got blaster.
Umbrella. I'm gonna stand on the right side. I got bow 3 times. Bow's kind of rough. I hear ya. Down.
I'm gonna get this fish stick if it's the last thing I do.
Word.
Got it.
First death. Thanks, Brick.
Get out of here. These are my eggs. It's going in my basket. Alright.
Ma's on the left side. Care?
Dolphin also.
Dolphin down.
I'm in between the dolphin and the alien.
There's a steelhead somewhere. Right, left side, I think. You're up.
I got it.
Maz. I didn't get it.
Steelhead gonna be down in a minute. Steelhead down. I got by the alien. This flyfish would just move a half a centimeter over.
I got pushed into the water. Fuck me.
I saw you.
Thanks, Boomer.
That means I'm absolutely gonna be able. Yeah, we got you.
We need both of these.
Get him. Good luck.
Done. GG's. I'm actually using it. I'm so mad. I should have just kept it. Ugh!
It doesn't matter. You would have lost it anyway.
It's a Kozuna round.
get
I would have had 2. I would have got it back.
No, you only get 1.
Oh, it just sets you to 1? You don't just get one back?
Sets you to 1. You don't get one back.
Okay, okay.
So dumb.
Fine. That is garbage. High Tide Kozuna. Here we go.
Okay.
Stinger on the right. Jesus.
Alright, I'm trying for the stinger.
Tegan's on your right.
Thank you. Stinger guy.
Move.
Good boy guy.
We gotta get out of here.
Whoop.
Damn it. Fucking laws.
I am crab walking. I am crab walking. I'm crab walking. I'm crab walking. I'm crab
Thanks, June.
as hard as I can crab. We got it.
It's over. GG's.
Very nice. Get fucked.
Bo, the time for me? Bo, all 4 times? Yeah, right, June.
Oh my god.
I have little toys for the Coho round. I only got a single use. Let's go.
I told you. It doesn't do it.
It's because we have
Clean
so
like
much
that.
damage now, June. Like, with the Grizzco weapons, they deal so much, like, damage. It's hilarious. How many times we beat Kozuna? 3 times?
3 times so far.
I don't know if that's...
Today.
I'm trying to think if that's enough for me to... I'm not gonna check. Fuck it. I'll do it later. So I'm pretty sure if we keep doing these, I can get, like, the blue suit today.
Ooh. Okay.
See, look. It swings behind you, in addition to, like, in front of you. Both on the charge
weird.
and the swing. So, like, that's the thing. Like, it's an AoE. It's like an anime slash.
I don't know if I like that. I mean, obviously I don't because I fucking suck at using it apparently, but...
If your bow just spam shots at Coho, yeah, for sure. Brella, I'm in here. And low tide, not low tide. Wait, wait, where is it? Oh, never mind. I'm dumb.
We're here.
I'm dumb. Ignore me. Brella. Got it.
Hey, can someone who has the ability to ink at a distance, like, coat that fish stick for me?
Oh, fish stick? Easy.
There are 2 of them.
I'll get the other one in a second. Oh my god, are you kidding? There you go.
Oh my god. Bruh! Go away! There's a stinger at the, on the left.
Oh,
Oh
word.
my god, he lost my axe! No! 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 I'm dead! I'm coming. Oh, thank you!
Uh-huh. Steelhead's down. Steel eel. Trying to sneak up on me like he's slick. There's a fly fish. Ah! Okay, there we go. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. So, like, you remember, like, in the 90s and, like, 2000s where, like, they would always market games with, like manic multiplayer mayhem, and it was like...
Just getting fucked. Why did you jump? Jun just swam under the alien and beefed it with me.
Can you guys get up?
I'm trying.
I'm kidding. But yeah, like, you know how, like, they used to market, like, games with, like, with, like...
Chum pushed you, no!
With, like, multiplayer, like, mayhem or whatever. And, like, now, like, this game is actually multiplayer mayhem. Like, this one's actually fucking nuts. These are just... Yeah, it's fine.
The mods.
Fly fish.
He thinks I sound delicious.
I need help with the fly fish. I spent all my ink getting close to it.
No, you don't.
Tegan! Got it. Got the maws at least. That chum punched me. Jesus Christ, June.
I know, right? The chum, man, they're nuts.
Okay, no, that's fine. I got punched in the water. I got pushed in the water. That happens.
Where are you? Oh, I see you. Yep, I swam in the water.
Not yours.
All good.
You're up.
There's a dolphin coming up. And a rainbow.
Not yours.
I'm trying, man. But I am not a samurai.
Ah. Got it that time. Jesus Christ.
I am simply not one with the blade. You know?
I do hear ya. I get that.
To be like far away from the action. That was much better. We got 42.
44.
24?
44.
44.
Yeah. Low tide Splatana? Low tide Splatana! It's time for me to use the blade! Okay, watch it, watch it, watch.
We got a guy and a guy.
Oh, fuck. Got it. First time I wasn't close enough. Got it.
I'm trying to help Rocky.
See? It's dead. I killed it. Fish stick? I'll go for the stinger.
Ah, thank you.
Just gotta get out of here first. God damn it. Oh, June's got it.
Oh my god.
June, dolphin, dolphin, dolphin.
I'm over by the bat. Oh, Rocky, it's just you.
Yep, I hear that. Ah! I got Brick. Brick, you gotta do it. Let's go, Tegan!
If there's one thing I know how to do anymore, it's fucking Akira slide.
You need it? Okay, 7. 7? I can do this.
2.
Nope. God damn it.
Damn it.
What happened? I just looked up and suddenly everyone was dead.
We simply died. That's all.
Okay. That's fine. It's fine.
We'll get there.
I'm going. I got a new badge for killing all those dumbass things. What are they? The flyfish?
Oh, nice. Good job.
So for flyfish, you have to jump because you need to hit dead center on them, it looks like. Like, you can't just, like, look up at them.
I will simply look. I also don't want to have the sword anymore. Okay, I got blaster. High tide blaster.
I'm hanging right.
I hear a flyfish.
Steelio? Steelio down.
is a steelhead. Double dolphins.
There we go.
Steelhead. Got the steel eel. Oh, I got these guys.
Got you, June.
No!
I'm going for Teaks.
The splatter got me.
Tell you instead.
Thank you. Where's the fly fish? Oh my god, it's straight in the middle there.
Now it's dead.
Hey, not yours.
Okay.
Job. Oh no, John, you're pushing right at the end. I got you.
Okay.
Alrighty, now what? Umbrella, low tide. Wait,
Umbrella, I'm going.
Wait.
Mid-tide?
Oh, good. Yeah. Brick just like jumped off and I thought he jumped off too early and I was worried. Oh, a big shot.
Where? Oh, center. KKK.
Followed closely by a
Nothing?
sniper. Oh, nothing? Yeah, I guess nothing.
Stinger on the left.
Wants me.
It's down.
Stallion on the right.
Ah, watching the water. Fuck me.
Oh. Who's left?
It's June with his booyah bomb. June from downtown. June _ Monday.
Very good. Holy shit. June's our hero. I'm gonna get that weather boy.
This is quota.
Barely. Oh, I died. The fly fish got me with his, like, stream. There's also, there's a big shot down here now. Alright, we got the big shot, which is important. I got gas, but don't worry about me.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Okay. I have the blade. Clip your booyah. I don't know where it is, but Boomer, can you grab that for us? I'd appreciate it.
It might be too far. There's a fish stick coming right back up here.
I'm about to get cornered, I think. Nope, never mind. It's fine. Everyone's here.
Everyone is here, and the, my slosher is too slow to finish off this fish stick.
Okay.
I'm serious. I'm trying my hardest. I got it.
Okay.
Holy shit. There is now a neighboring fish stick! Oh, I got that one though. No problem.
Ah!
I have no ink! And I must scream. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Yep. That's quota. Jesus Christ.
Oh no, I swam in the water.
I was just in time to get the booyah.
Dang, Jesus.
Thank you, Boomer.
Oh my god.
For sure.
I am dead. That was a nightmare.
Oh, you mean the Booyah Bomb? Yeah, the Booyah Bomb was good. Did you get the yell June_Monday? Because that's also good. Oh my god, that one's so OD.
Oh my god. That was a nightmare. Never again. What if we didn't?
Never again. What if we didn't? We're going again.
Yeah,
well,
I know.
Well, Brick's not gonna come with us, I think, but. But yeah, like it swings behind you first and then like forward. But like if I stand here, right? You see, this is the AOE of it, like on the normal slash.
Yeah.
That's so weird. Sick, but fucking weird.
Whoop. I gotta aim this along the ground to hit most of the enemies.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it also, like, coats as it spins?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have to hit the all set button. I keep forgetting. And it only does 360.
Well, 360's a lot, but it is slow. It's a slow 360 for sure.
It's a slow 360. And it does the 360 to all. So, like, as it goes through. I can almost take the whole room with the bow without even moving. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like what the bow can do.
Oh my god. And naturally, it's like Slosher. Oh wait, low tide.
Going. And it's daytime, so I'm just going right. Oh no, I'm going left. God, like the spread on this shot is so nasty.
Okay, I can't just hit these guys, which sucks.
Got you, June.
Oh, hi, Stinger.
You got it?
I'm working on it.
I'll clear a path.
Trying to get close enough. This steelhead wants my ass.
It's dead.
It made it hard.
I hear that. Oh. Yeah, I got it. Stinger in the middle.
Yeah, I see it.
What the? Dolphin got away? No fucking way.
Dolphin got away because we didn't ink it enough. Oh my god. I can't. Oh my. Jesus fuck.
Got you, June.
I just got quadruple squish. Oh my god! I got up and it got me, like, immediately.
I couldn't do the Rocky move. June, you'll get there. No worries.
Sad. I couldn't do anything. High tide.
Oh god, really? Okay, still with the bow? Okay, I'm gonna try standing like right here. I'm going to the Stinger.
Going for the weatherman. Got him.
Nice. Ah! No! Why? It's fine. It's fine.
Oh.
Thank you, June.
Thing, apparently.
Watch for the maw.
Thanks, Rocky.
Here to help.
hanging back to help get guys in the basket. We need 4 more.
Quota met. Yeah, we're just going to have to leave those on the table, I think.
Yeah, there's some that we just... I got. I tried too hard and got not very far. Thank you, John.
I had to explain to my mom that DreamWorks is not on Disney Plus. Yeah, I hear that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got the Brella.
I got Slosher.
It's mid-tide.
We out here sloshing.
John's got the Katana. Where are we seeing stuff?
Left side, Steel Eel.
Steelio. Steelio wants me. Steelio wants me.
Flyfish behind the Steel Eel.
I am behind the flyfish. Flyfish also wants me. I will continue to try and draw attention.
Yeah, Moz. There's just a Moz here. My bad.
Small fry? So... There's a flyfish on the other side of the map.
Got it.
So all involved are aware.
Noted.
I am getting these eggs back. They want our eggs.
We do be taking our eggs, though. Hop!
Oh my god. We are not going to make quota at this rate.
Well. Got it. I missed? No, I got it. Oh, man. Well.
Oh, it's just me?
Yeah, it's just
Where
you two.
are y'all? I got somebody. No, I didn't. I thought I got somebody up. Damn.
Maybe Seal died, like, right after. I don't know. You did it? Hell yeah, June, let's go. I did the flyfish technique twice? Fuck yeah. That's so sick. That was on me. I didn't collect enough eggs. My bad, guys.
No, that's okay. You were busy doing other stuff.
Yeah, let's back out for bricks.
Alrighty. Got it. I fucking forgot I was in charge.
It's chill.
Alright. Sortie time.
Interesting.
For what?
For Slosher, the main projectile in the center does hit for 360, but the side, like, if you catch it, like, in the wings, it actually hits for 150. Remember to lure things like Moz and cars? Yeah, sure.
I trying so hard.
I think so. It's okay. Come on.
Wake up, Rockford. Wake
I'm gonna drink my first energy drink in a little bit.
Your first?
Yeah,
How many?
of like the day. I think I have like 2, maybe 3. I think it's 2.
Ah, okay.
Right side clear?
Left side.
Oh yeah, left side.
Weatherman.
Weatherman.
No more Weatherman.
Got him. Second Weatherman, right behind the first one.
He launched it into the ocean like an idiot. and also I'm dead.
Good to know.
He's taking our Aggie.
What the hell? What are you doing?
He took our Aggie.
There we go. He's dead.
Oh, hi. Oh, fuck. There's the steelhead and also flyfish, and also I got sweated again. I got stuck. No!
I'm going for this.
Stealing our egg!
I'm going for the stinger. Stinger down.
There's a steelhead. There's so much shit over here.
It's okay. We hit quota.
Eggs up.
We got quota. We're okay. Ow. Fucking flyfish.
Simply dead?
GG's.
I'm simply going to be dead this entire time.
Oh my god, Teeks. Just, you know, rally. Slow down.
I immediately got killed again.
That happens.
It got me up and then I was dead again.
Okay, I'm on armor piercing duty. I got the sword. Let's go.
Blaster.
Oh, it's low tide. Low tide, low tide. Good shit, June. Watching.
Why are we this way? What are we this way?
There-
I see nothing.
It's actually over here. Brick! Thank you. I overshot the Moz. That's annoying.
Well, there's a big shot.
Got it.
There is a weatherman. There's a big shot. I will go get the big shot.
Okay.
No, I won't, apparently. Oh, shit, no, I won't.
Ugh!
I will simply die, apparently, to a moth. Ooh, good get. Weatherman.
Not yours. Not yours. Ooh.
Steelhead.
Steelhead is past tense.
I have not been able to get anything. I have simply died, like the whole time.
33.
I simply spent this entire round down.
Sometimes it'd be like
down.
that. June says stop dying.
I'll do my best. Mid-tide.
Blaster, blaster.
Blaster. Where do we see? Where do we see it? Nothing. I see nothing.
Maybe Moz? Moz. Moz in Italian.
Weatherman. I got
Dolphin on the right.
weatherman.
Italian down. Dolphin down.
Finger on the right. I'm working on it.
Alright. Ah, shit. Fucking small fry.
Told you I'm working on it.
Yeah, it's a small fry.
I got it.
There's like
See you, Rocky.
5 over
Rocky,
here.
come on the right side for us so we can grab these here. Oh, Brick, I gotcha. Oh, God. Nope. I don't gotcha.
Give him the fish
Celia
stick.
got me. Brick and I are down on the... Right. Ooh,
Going.
yep.
Left side, but yeah, I'm going.
No, we got it. Whoever ulted got us up.
GG.
Dang it. I cleared out the whole area around the thing, too.
Ah. Well, catalog level 60.
I can't help dying, John. I'm doing my best.
That's
My
what the
best
person
is just dying. I'm just very good at it, okay? It's not my fault.
Oh my gosh.
It is my fault. It's entirely my fault.
Shake it off, Teeks.
It's because eggs are fucking $6.
Yeah, maybe. Eggs are $6. Hey, they've gone down.
Yeah. Thanks to Walmart.
Fucking Walmart.
Walmart's selling eggs for $2 a dozen.
That's kind of insane, actually.
Yeah, it's wild considering everything else. Fish stick coming up on the right.
Thank you.
Stinger right behind it, but I'm on it. Don't worry.
Fish stick down.
Stinger down.
I got this fish stick. Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. Do I look worried about it? What else? What are we looking at? Oh, there's an Italian. Hey, that's my favorite.
Fly fish.
Ooh,
Huh?
flyfish. Flyfish wants to eat me. And by eat, I totally mean splat. Ooh.
Thanks, Brick. Steelhead on the right. Fly fish down.
Somewhere. Moz has been mawed.
We're hitting
Second
quota.
Moz.
Oh fuck! Why is there? Okay, it's fine.
It's fine. Nice. Good job, everybody. Good job. We did such a good job that time. Look at us go.
It's one. Blaster?
Okay.
Blaster.
Sniper rifle this time. Have to be careful.
Left looks
Left.
clear.
Right side. Flyfish. Fuck. I missed.
Taking another stinger. Stinger down. Thanks, Six.
Yeah, I got you. I heard help, and so I came to help. Ooh, again?
That's fair. Thanks, Six.
Yeah. Ah! Oh my god, I can't move.
Oh, fuck.
What are you swearing about?
Dolphin. Damn it, it got away.
No, there's a big shot and a stinger. Stinger's at the bow. Big shot is somewhere else. Don't I see you?
Okay, we can clean this up. Dolphin's next to base. Quota map.
Great. I just wanted my ass so bad.
I couldn't get to it.
It's okay.
I got the blade.
Low tide.
Going. Standing left.
Alright, I have a sniper rifle.
Ah, too early. Fly fish.
Dolphin on the right. Sniper on the right. Fly fish in the center.
Not yours.
Ah! Yours away.
I'm going for the stingers.
They all want me. They all three. I have never been so fucking scared in my whole life. Go away. Oh my lord.
Okay.
Get out of here. Go. Get gone. No,
One more.
No. Ah!
Thank you. Koizuna after this, Care.
Ah, I got.
I saw. Oh no, Koizuna.
Kozuna this time, next time.
It's next time. So your whole life, huh, Teeks? So you fight for her life while everyone else daisy chaining next to the basket.
I can clip that so you can see what it's like to have 3 fucking stingers going at you and just being like, oh no, oh no, oh no. I did very good. I tried to communicate that I was in danger by simply screaming.
Simply screaming, yep!
It worked. Can I get a tag that just says simply screaming?
Hopefully. That would be great, actually. Simply screaming.
Alrighty.
Okay. I got Slosher.
Umbrella, low tide. Nighttime tornadoes! Ayo!
Okay, then I'll be frontline, I guess?
Where is it?
Right?
Oh, poor Jun. Poor me! Jesus. Jun and I got. So if you could turn around and thank you. I'll be on basket duty, I guess.
Word. Interesting early.
Oh my god, this thing is not close at all. Hello? Go away.
Yeah, don't throw it up the elevator. Just throw do the jump shot.
I was trying.
I believe. I'm gonna fire these 2 off and then we'll go to the next one. It's on the left side, so I'll just be piloting those. The clip's even funnier because Rocky's doing some of the scariest shit I've seen in a Grisco run. Absolutely silent. Oh no!
Oh my god. We're getting him to you, Joan, I promise. Okay. Joan! Why are you down? Oh my god, we did it!
Hey! Meanwhile, Tegan is off screen, is fighting for her life, and there's just no reaction. It's peak comedy. Oh no.
Sorry, Jun.
Sorry, Jun. Charger. Okay, cool. I can do this. I can do this.
Nighttime. Blowflies?
Please don't. No. Grillers? Ah,
Oh shit.
fuck. Okay, fine. Griller down. Fucking small fries. I hate small fries. I hate them so much. It's coming for me! And now it's dead. So just like 3 more of those, right?
Right. And here come 2.
Amazing. I hate small fries so much! Alright, okay.
Okay, I am out of ults, but that was pretty good use of one, if I do say so myself.
Word. Brick. Okay, that works. Let's go, Brick.
Ah! It swam me! Swam? It drove over me? Jen is also down.
Noted.
I'm back here.
I hate small fry. Please kill them. Teague's on your left.
On my...
Left. Left?
Oh, you are on my left.
Yep.
I'm like looking for a griller, my guy.
Out of ink, Teagues. Okay, there we go. Woo! 40-21. Hey. Okay, it's gone. It's done. It's done.
This is hard and I don't like it.
Ugh. Okay.
Oh no.
Charger.
Oh no.
Beautiful grill around. Thank you, Boomer.
Dark time, dark night.
Okay, no, it's Goldie. It's Goldie.
Oh, good. Okay. Where's she at? Okay, she's far away from the basket, wherever she is.
Yep.
Far.
I'm trying to catch these in because there's like a fleet trying to take these.
Over there.
Not yours.
Got her. Left side.
I see her. She's going under the corridor, looks like?
Yep. And around the corner. Whoop.
That's quota. Good kill.
Nice. We got her.
Oh, yeah. I didn't have enough to shoot. Oh, wait, I did. Ha! Let's go. Let's go.
Oh.
All right.
Yokozuna. Where's our Yokozuna?
I guess we needed it full before we went in. That's weird, but whatever. Okay, 621. That's not bad. 112. Yeah, right.
Oh my god. Why is it so hard?
Whew. Get some people going.
Does it?
Okay, this one's Kozuna for real. June is good. Bricken is also very good.
I am bad. I'm the weakest link. I fully acknowledge I am the weakest link here, and that's fine.
Oh my god, jeez.
I'm very good at turf battles. I'm very bad at this. Oh, it's low tide.
Oh shit, okay.
Not that way, apparently. This way. Heyo. It's me and my crowd control.
Got it. Dolphin, steelhead, and a stinger.
Working on it.
I got the dolphin.
I got the stinger, but I died for it.
Hey, that's not yours.
I am. Oh, thank you, whoever threw that bomb. I assume it was Jin.
Sounds like June. Sounds like something June would do.
Jin's very good about that.
Oh, it's not close enough to. Hey, that's not yours. Stop trying to take those.
Double maw going after Jun. Poor Jun. They said, ooh, tasty.
Jesus.
What?
I'm crabbing.
There is so much going on.
2 fly fish and a stinger.
Working on the stinger. Stinger down.
Thank you.
Focus on the flatfish.
Just survive 10 seconds. Fuck it. Like, Jesus Christ. I hate small fry. Jesus Christ. They're just under my feet.
They are. They're small. That's the point.
I hate them so much. Okay. I got bow again. Bow time for Rocky? Let's do it. Whatever.
I got a sniper rifle. Time to snipe. Left side. Steelhead and alien.
What? Why didn't I break? It's fine. Thank you.
The alien is shielding the steelhead. I cannot get a shot.
Oh, drop the alien on it.
No, it's like in front of it, not on top of it.
Fair enough. Steel eel coming into base. Brick, you got it? Brick's got it. I lied, I got it. Hey!
Great job. Steel eel. Not in base, but coming out. Oh, double steel eel. Hello. Hey, 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 hey.
Got you, June.
Hey, 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 hey.
Oh my god, Teeks!
My option was swim.
Not yours. Maz?
Steelhead or sniper. Whoa. Hey, 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 hey.
Maz can kill through crab. That's terrifying.
We do not have quota.
They're all there. Someone just beat near base. Hey, well, GG's.
Next time, I'm just gonna stay near base.
Okay.
Next time, I won't move. Since all I do is die anyway.
Can we stop killing stuff at the shore, please? We will die less and get more eggs. Yeah, sure. That's fine. So stay away from the shore. Just let stuff come in. Bait them and then kill them in closed spaces.
I just get scared.
I mean, I hear that. This game's pretty scary. Especially from my point of view, apparently.
From your point of view, I'm the one screaming.
Well, apparently, like, every time Boomer looks at my screen, he's like, oh my god, Rocky, what the fuck? What's going on? And I'm just, like, playing. And I'm like...
Five Nights at Scrappers. Oh my god.
That's a good one.
We should unionize.
We should. Bow again. This game wants me to learn this bow. That's fine. I'll learn it. Oh, is this low tide?
High tide. The opposite of low tide.
But the alright, it showed up. Okay. There is a fly fish. Someone needs to get it, or we are going to die.
I tried, and then I died anyway.
Oof. I did not have enough ink.
I walked into the water that time, so thank you. There's another flyfish down here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm not gonna leave this area except to get eggs.
Oh, you have the sword?
I got you. I got you.
Ah!
I don't got Rocky.
I'm okay, I'm not dead. I'm gonna live forever, apparently. Fuck! Like... Oh, one more!
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I ducked down to throw and then I fell in the water with an egg on my back.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
me.
I hear that. That happens.
Also, I tried not to go down to the shore, but then there was a flyfish I had to go get, so...
No, Teagues, you're fine.
I don't know what to do. I don't know. I'm bad at things.
I really hung back that time, too. I could have done more wave clear. There's only 2 salmon you can't lure, which are stingers and flyfish? Yeah. That makes sense. Wait a second.
Yeah, the bows got spread.
No. But, like, when you pull in the charge, there's, like, some where, like, they actually overlap close enough to hit big stuff with, like, multiple arrows. So, like, you can hit, like, center for, like, 1, but you can hit, like, the, like, off-center for, like, 450.
Okay, low tide. Where? Center. I gotta aim lower. I hear a flyfish. Oh no, it's a fish stick.
I got the fish stick, no worry.
Worst. Thanks.
Oh, someone mostly got it for me. That's kind of nuts.
It was not me. There's a flyfish. Nope. It got me.
Quota. I should really kill this fish stick, but I haven't decided to at all, actually.
Okay, you can, theoretically, kill the flyfish with the slosher.
Yeah.
But you need all your ink to do it. Oh my god, no! More slosher!
Me, I'm tired.
I don't know where to go. Not the shore. Left side.
Let them come in.
Steelhead. Rainmaker. Oz.
I deserve that. That's fair.
Oop.
Thank you. Oh, hey, there's a steel eel.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
Okay.
There's a stinger somewhere.
Thanks,
I
Jen.
wish I knew where.
It's on the right side.
Oh, Jen, I see you.
He's up.
There's a dolphin at the thing. At the basket.
You have quota, just hang.
I don't get a choice because I'm stuck in ink. I can't ink fast enough.
Okay.
I can't ink fast enough to get any reprieve up here.
Do I have 2 or 1? I have 2. So you're telling me, again, that when we get to Koizuna, I'm going to lose my second ult if I haven't used it already?
Yes.
Fine. Fine.
Where are the bosses? Where? Oh, Moss. Hi.
Maw's down. Dolphin coming? Dolphin down.
Stinger.
I'll get Stinger. Oh, June's got it. Right? June's got Stinger?
Yeah.
Okay.
June appears to have Stinger. Weather boy, alien.
That's insane. I thought I... Pierce through the thing, Teague, so you can...
I have no ink.
Fair enough.
I need you to understand. I have. This thing gives me 2 shots. That's it. If I miss one of them, I'm fucked. There you are. I see you.
There's that.
There are 2 dolphins here now. That's cool. Love that for me.
Sure.
I am at basket, so if we can get egg.
I have 1 egg, but... Oh, you guys got it. Or...
Nope. One short.
Well, okay. I saw 3 pop up there and it was like 20. I thought it was there, but...
We had an Italian and a dolphin and a stinger aiming up there, so there wasn't any chance to do anything about it.
Okay. Now we can get this code.
I can too. We just gotta do it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, we had enough. We just got swarmed at the basket. Alrighty. One more time. Except this time I'm not gonna get a fucking slaughter all 3 rounds. So tired. Oh, I'm gonna pick the right side for this dolphin. And fish stick. Heyo.
Brick's got the fish stick.
Heck yeah. Now what? Hi, fish. Alien. Out. I got hit into the water.
Damn it! Oh, I got knocked out of position. Teague's behind you?
I see you, Rocky.
That works. Got it.
Oh my goodness.
That dash is so big. Get out of here. Not yours.
Oh my goodness.
Whew.
This is so much. There's just so much. Alright, I have the bow. Still low tide.
Okay.
What do we got? Fly fish.
Fine.
Steelhead. Oh, hi. Hey. Italian. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's just so much happening all the time.
That's almost quota? Yeah, it's quota.
There's simply so much happening. Oh no! I got mozzed. Jen and I are both dead on the right. Oh my goodness. So many things happening.
Okay, 2 more. Sword.
Low tide again.
Fine, let's go.
That means we're gonna get low tide Kozuna.
Sick. Amazing.
There's a sniper rifle. What do we got? I see flyfish.
Fuck! I pulled too early. That's so bad.
Got you, you're up.
I'm pulling back. I'm a bum. Oh my god.
Oh my god. I got hard. Jen and I both got.
Brick, I'm sorry.
I'm not. There's only so much we can do. You know? We're getting too many flyfish and too many weathermen. Holy shit. I am out of ink again. Oh my god.
Why? Why'd I go through?
What? I see you, Brick. Whoops. Nope. I just don't have enough aim to do anything. Thanks for luck, Boomer.
Thanks for the luck, Boomer.
can't tell anymore if we're being too aggressive or not aggressive enough.
I missed like 3 kills that I should have had, and that's 3 bosses that should have stayed on them. That stayed on the map longer than they should have. I'm gonna get this, and then I'm gonna take a break. I'm going to eat food, and I'll be back to play a shit ton of Chained Echoes. I'm going to do it.
Oh shit! It is already free.
Right.
Wow. Wow.
Time flies when you're dying, Teeks.
Yeah, sure fucking does.
I'm going.
Why did it unmark me as ready? That was weird.
Oh my god, what?
Hi, Glenn. We know you're lurking. You were having a nap earlier. Sleeping, even.
This does a 999 damage. This is the sword.
Oh my god. I don't believe you.
I just did it. You saw me. It was right there. It does 1200 damage. All right, Bricken. The sword of all time. Yeah, see? Oh, thanks for the lurk, June.
Well, I have the sword now, so we're doomed.
Yeah. June says hi, lurking, and also lurking. Oh, he's saying hi to the people who are lurking.
Lurkers are the backbone of Twitch. There is a weatherman, and there is a steelhead.
No weatherman.
Yeah, no weatherman anymore. June and I got him.
I got him.
Did you get him?
I shot him with.
You.
Yeah, it's because I have a bow. I can shoot from the moon.
God, I wish I could shoot for the moon. I wish I could do anything. Oh my god. These dudes are right in front of me, and I cannot hit them. I am not
Flyfish
exaggerating. Down. There's a steelhead and a steel eel, and I cannot hit them. And I am aiming directly at them.
Are you using like the circle, the reticle, or like the lines?
The circle.
The only.
I'm supposed to use, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to use the circle. That. Okay, I'm getting out of here. I'll work on this fly fish. Well, fish stick rather.
Didn't you see this? You see me trying to hit this thing and doing literally no damage? There's a flyfish somewhere, and they are actively hitting me from the moon.
Ah! Okay, I got it. I'm okay.
Get off of me. Oh my god. Alright, quota's here. We're good. I am simply going to live.
Yeah,
because,
Teek.
like,
Live your life,
I apparently
Teeks.
can't hit anything to save my soul with this goddamn sword. This sword is trash. And I am trash with it.
Oh yeah, no, Tegan, I see you. The katana kind of sucked.
You see me hitting the fucking Italian and doing 0 damage? It's not even thinking about me. Piece of shit. I hate it.
Okay. So, oh, that dolphin's dead out there. Okay, cool. That's fine.
Yeah, so is the Moz that was here.
I'm just gonna hang out back here.
And so is the me that was here.
I'm going. Thanks, Breck. Oh, fuck you. Okay, here we go. Fuck it. 1, 2, fly fish down.
Second
Steel eel down.
Jen, I see you.
Sure, I'll kill this saucer. Why not? Why fucking not? I didn't get that one in time. I don't want to die to this drizzler. I don't want to.
Then don't.
You can't make me. No, those are not yours. Hey. Ah! Yep. No, that's fair. That's justice. Oh, I did it. I got it. Okay, cool. If someone can help, there's 4 over here.
For what?
4 eggs. Tegan.
So over where?
Ah!
You have to say where you are.
I was pinging before.
I didn't see you.
I think I'm going for sure, Bricken. You take it
Yeah,
easy,
no worries,
bud.
Bricken. We are simply not good.
Hey, yo.
Do we want to try it again?
Yeah.
Alright. Oh, master mode's updated, so.
I got the room.
Alright. Oh, Luffy's online.
Damn. Monkey D?
Mm-hmm.
Future king of the pirates?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wears straw boat hat and everything.
That's pretty sick, actually.
I saw him during, I think, a Splatfest. And I was like, yes, actually.
Word.
Alright. Let's try this again.
Mm-hmm.
What's the ratings on our last couple games been?
142, 42, 42, 46, 48. And last one we cleared was 44. So it looks like 145 is our ceiling with this group.
That sucks.
I mean, it goes up to 300.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't have traded for that last bit. 3 snipers and a blaster. Okay.
Where are we looking?
I'm watching
Sorry,
left. I don't see anything, so it's right. Steelio.
Right. Yeah. Steelhead.
Donde? Oh, yeah, there it is. Ah, an Italian. And a fly fish. Oh, I'm out of ink.
Uh-oh. Simply don't do that.
Well, we lost our friends. I got you.
Okay, I got him.
I don't have enough ink. Got the left one.
I aimed at the right one and I missed, so.
Oof. Got the steelhead.
I tricked the Moz into coming up by the basket.
There's another fly fish on the right. Sorry, on the left, on the left, on the left.
There's a fish stick on the
Whoop.
right that I'm working on.
No, I ran out of ink.
There's a dolphin, there's a fly fish.
Ah.
I'm out of ink.
Hey, we got
Okay,
quota.
we hit quota.
Woo! Killed specimen moth.
Done saved my butt.
Okay. Slasher.
How did I kill specimen maw? I just never have enough ink. Oh. I slam off the roof. Thanks, John. I'm dumb.
Fish chicken. Saucer?
Oh.
Going for the stinger. Someone get the big man?
Big man. Oh, I see it. I'll head there in a second. Gotta get these eggs. Sorry, I'm coming. I'm coming, Rocky. I'm coming. Got you.
Thank you.
I fell in the water, but I got him. Put my ult out, so you should be able to pop back up here in a second.
I'm up. So are you. Back up. We're okay.
Oh my god. There is everything down here. Ah, I died. Who's left?
It's the other slosher.
Oh, Tin Man. We need someone up there to put him in the basket.
Tin Man's figuring that out, but it's too late. GG's.
Too late.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm gonna try one. I say we try one more time.
Fine, then.
We almost had it. You gotta go?
Okay, June. GG's.
Yeah, good game.
I got pinned at the shore, so.
You wanna try one more time or no?
Yeah, I'm going. One more.
I think I'm gonna hang back.
Okay.
Unless I have like what is obviously a frontline weapon, I'm gonna hang back.
Okay, that works.
So like Brella or Blaster. Otherwise I'll hang near the basket.
Okay. Even with sword? Okay.
Yeah, especially with sword. Are you kidding? I fucking suck at sword.
Okay. Fair enough. The very first life of the party? Holy shit.
Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, I'll try to like clear from here. Where are we looking?
Right side?
Right side. Steel eel. Oh, Ma. Hi, Ma.
Fish stick. I got it.
It's too slow. The slasher is too slow for that. Good for wave clear, but that's about it.
My aim's off too. Jeez.
Mural.
Oh my god.
You gotta move, my guy.
I deserve that. That's fair.
Oh, did you die?
I did.
I see you.
Thank you.
Yep. As long as you stay like right in my flow, I can get you. Yeah, this is, that already worked out a lot better for me personally, is just hanging out here and being like, here I am near the basket.
Word.
We didn't get as many eggs as we could have, but I don't think we have to maximize our number of eggs.
Nope.
You know?
Just need to get through it.
Alright. This is like a mid weapon?
Mm-hmm. Fly fish on the left.
Yeah, I see it. Oh, I threw my thing too early. Overshot.
Same.
Fuck! I got dead. I got hit by it though.
Get out.
Yep. Getting. Stinger on the left. I'm gonna grab it.
No, I gotta stay up there.
Oh. Our partners on the other side are stuck.
Going. Where are you going? Stay still.
I think they're trying to come to us. Oh my god. Everything is here. There's a flyfish, an alien, a big shot. Well, I wasted my second ult because I couldn't get it off.
The Kozun is right there.
It's right there. It's so frustrating because it's right there. And we got 2 of them easy earlier.
Yep. I am also much more tired than I was before, but still. Fine, I'll stop.
Alright.
I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back in a little while with, what's it called? What's the thing? Chained Echoes. But
Chained Echoes.
I need to eat food, drink my first energy drink, and then I will be back with that. Actually, I think I'm gonna cash out my stuff before
Yeah, probably a good call. I got a ton of gear. Holy crud.
Yeah. I think I have like 30 or something. No, 28.
None of it's very good.
Swap for chunks. Swap for chunks. Keep new gear. Keep new gear. Keep new gear. Swap for chunks. Swap for chunks. Keep new gear. Swap for chunks.
I have 165 copper scales now.
How many silvers do you have?
19.
Oof.
4 gold, though.
Hmm.
There isn't really anything I want in this shop, though.
True.
So, I guess I'm just gonna hold on to them.
Damn, I have 23 silver. That's upsetting.
So many!
I'm so close to getting the blue suit. I'll do it some other time. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna take a break.
We'll get it.
I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna play a bunch of Chained Echoes because I've been pushing it off for a while. Hoping the update, the title glitch will be fixed. What title glitch? What's the glitch? Because when I select Big Swig, the user, the game crashes. Oh shit! Yeah, that's kind of nuts.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh man. Okay. Well, I think I'm just gonna put the VR back for a bit, but I'll be right back for like an hour, maybe I don't know how long. And then
break time.
I'll eat and come back, and I'll talk to you guys in a little while.
Sounds good. See you then.